good enough. I've been curious what he wants to say.
I believe it unwise to base our operations outside of the ziggurat. This seems like an unnecessary risk to take. And that Louis is constantly complaining about the lack of facilities. However, we'll make this concession, since you have done such critical work. Of course.
So basically, to start with, I think the goal for this character at this point in time is going to be figuring out how to get this ring and that ring replaced so that I can get some life. Like, I look at this fucking thing and it's got evasion rating, it's got maximum mana, and it's tier 1 bullshit, and I'm just like, oh my fucking gosh, it's so disgusting. If I lost that cold resistance, that 8% cold resist, well, that would be 75% cold resist on my character at that point in time. So I'd be 1 point less than cap. I'm not sure that, like, if I had that thing that lets you re-roll the lowest tier affix, I'm not so sure that it would take the evasion or the max mana and give me life. It might end up giving me fucking... It might take cold resist and give me some other bullshit. Wait, so this ring has no chaos resistance on it whatsoever. That makes things a little bit easier. Because this ring has 31 chaos resistance and 15 all res. So if I can get like 15% chaos resistance from 2 different rings and some max life and a fuckload of other elemental resistances, like this one's got 15% elemental resistance and that one's got 26%, and not to mention, but we don't need lightning resistance as much. So the lightning resistance mod on this thing is kind of bad. It's like the only thing that's good about this ring is the fact that it's got 2 elemental resistance for 2 different forms of elemental resistance. That's all that's good about this ring. It's got a base elemental resist, and it's the highest fucking roll it can have, and it's got that 16%. Over here, this one's more impressive with its 30% chaos resistance and 15% all res. But everything else that it rolled is not so impressive. Like, it's got... Actually, I wanted to look at this earlier, but I got distracted because after I uninstalled the game, 97%. Now I'm not so disappointed anymore. Oh my gosh, for a while I hadn't had anything close to 100%. That makes me curious. Quantity. So I probably got all the rarity modifiers on this thing if I had to guess. I don't know. It's a theory of mine that the game tends... I personally believe that for whatever reason the game gives you good loot once you have 100% rarity. Anything less than 100% and the game doesn't reward you. So if my character has 97%, I'm kind of exactly almost from where I want to be. That's too bad that I'm just a little bit less than where I want to be. I think it was boots give you rarity, but it's already got a good amount. Oh, a fair amount, considering what it is. These boots are fucking amazing. If I threw a div on this, there is 2 things I would be hoping for to improve. One would be to get some extra rarity, more life regen, and more health. 3 things in that case. I don't care too much about the armor on it. Over here, if I threw a div, just more rarity would be what I'm hoping for. With the slightest of chances of losing chaos res cap. And there is this ring. If I was to throw a div on this, the worst thing that could happen is I lose Chaos Res. Oh, I could lose Chaos Res cap. I could no longer have my fire resistance capped. I might not actually have that capped anyways. I wonder. If we go over here. Okay, so fire resistance is over there. So fire resistance is capped right now, but at a different point in time it won't be capped. Sounds to me like getting myself the 100 rarity is not going to be so easy. Here's another perspective to think about. These rarity modifiers are not for the player. They are for the maps themselves. Whereas this rarity modifier that I already have is strictly for the player. So in that perspective, I already have what I want, it just doesn't show it over here. It shows it as a general everywhere. This map in particular has rarity on it, so it's not a very good example of the fuchsia. I guess I left myself in an okay situation. I thought they were gonna release an update pretty soon, making it so I don't need to find these things as much. It's coming out early next week, but I've only got 5 more days to play. Yeah, 5. 5 days from now, we're going to move over to playing No Rest of the Wicked. So we did learn something at one point in time. Increased experience gain. So there's incentive to do that map. Experience gain. Reduced quantity. We're not... Oh, that one's a Valve factory. The only goal is don't die. I want this character to still be alive when the next patch rolls out, so I don't have to start anew. This one is upgraded, that one is not upgraded. We're not going to do this right now, but we should look at it later. I want to get the character a bit stronger, or just more familiar again. I like running these maps. Maybe I just do whatever. The last time I played this character, the very last thing I recall doing was socketing a bunch of life into all these slots. So the character's a little bit more tanky than he was before. A little bit. I hope it makes a difference. When I uninstalled the game, it fucked up the volumes. They all got reset to something else. So we'll tweak that around a little bit.
Shadow!
should disable that setting as well. I'm pretty sure we disabled that in the past. For this one input, we're looking for the letter J. Well, the easiest way would be to pick something I do like, set that to J, and then set that back where it belongs. Oh, the game doesn't want me to do that. Okay. We'll try one more time, something different. We'll set that to K, and then we'll go over to what I actually want to set to K. And if I go back here, that's still set to J. Okay, so you want to be difficult, huh? Well, I can play 2 to tango. We're going to do that. I don't know if delete had something, but, well, hey, I'm going to put it to that. It'd be hilarious if this character dies in the first match I run since quitting. That would be the enemy to do it, if any. How much gold did I leave myself?
No more room.
Not much. Okay. So, we need gold. The goal is save up enough money that I start to think it's a good idea to gamble for a ring.
Of course. Greetings.
I just found Oblivion to be a little bit boring. It didn't have much content in it. It wasn't very dense. And I was very disappointed to find out that the merchants don't sell anything of value. Like, I guess I'm more spoiled with Skyrim modding, where I go into a merchant store and go look at stuff. Now, I've got a particular Skyrim mod in mind when I think of the optimal experience. And that mod is not even supported on the most recent version of Skyrim. And it's too good. Basically lutifies the game. I feel like all the vendors in Oblivion sell you preset gear for the most part. Well, when I say that, I mean like anything that has an effect on it is non-randomized. It is intended for that to be there. Whereas like the random armor pieces that they sell, those are randomized, definitely. on a map of rarity, probably not gonna find any exalts, even though you got 100, almost 100. Quite. I don't need tier 18s anymore. I think it's tier 19s, and I might not even need many more of those. I'm a little disappointed that after the first 2 gambling machines I saw at the very beginning, that I haven't found any more of those. Because, if I were to see those more often, it would be nice. Maybe there's a chance for me to finally get some tier 20s. Let's find out if I am in a tier 18 situation or not. Leap Slam could use it. But I don't think I need Leap Slam to be upgraded right now. I feel like it does enough stun build up. If it does more stun build up, I wonder how much that would change things. Somewhere around here. Nothing yet. There is a slim possibility, however, it's such a low chance that I don't really believe it will ever happen. Everything that I hate about these rings is a prefix. And so, if there was something that allows me to modify just the prefixes that I could get from the ritual, then that would be a good thing to get, right? But, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that drop, and so I don't believe that it has a reasonable drop chance. So, as much as I would like for that to happen, it's never happened for me yet. So, I'm going to treat it like it don't exist because I've never seen it. Definitely not needing the spirit gem level 17. I think we're at the stage now where we should consider quality for the Bone Shatter, because I feel like the speed at which I do that is kind of slow. And eventually it is just going to get even slower.
I've no more room.
I doubt I have any quality gems still lying around, but I might. Nope. For For the most part, let's just stockpile various currencies.
Speak. Time is of the essence.
I hope this is not too loud. You know what? No. I have not played this game for a while. Let's hear the default music for a while.
Break!
You're really playing with fire over there, buddy. Okay, so something in the pile can stun me. It's probably the boss itself. Not quite. I felt my head explode for a brief moment when I saw my health drop.
Coward!
He's probably not gonna stay put. Fortunately, he moved into a location that was still dangerous for him.
Molotovs! No mana!
Well, so long as these guys don't deal damage.
You were no warrior.
Well, I can't say I got nothing from this map. I've already gotten a Exalt and a rare, and it was a shitty rare, but a rare nonetheless. Do I not have any omens activated? Have I used up all of those omens? Maybe I did something stupid and sold the omen I had. I don't know what the answer to that one is. I don't remember where we left off, and if I used the omen or not. Like I said, it's also possible that I could have sold it, just because I'm head empty right now.
Come here!
If this character should die, hopefully I'm able to find some way to amalgamate him with the other character I had. I suspect if you try to merge realms, I hear that there's issues with your chests. So like my character from 0.10 and this character, if I was to move this character over, I might lose everything that's in the stashes. I'm not too sure of that. That other character is level 93, and I'm pretty sure that other character has a much better weapon.
I've no more room.
A weapon that would clown on this weapon. That's the only reason why I haven't done full ascendancy yet, is because this weapon is a joke compared to the previous weapon.
Go on.
So I feel like there's a fair possibility that if I did that content for the 4th ascendancy, that it would not go very well, just based on how little damage I do compared to what I used to do. This one has potential. All it has to do is roll a high damage modifier. It's not going to, but if it did. 158, 222. If I gave it quality and a socket, it would probably end up close to where that other one already is. Yeah. Tier 1 damage. You're a motherfucker, you know that? Just a real piece of shit. Ask and you shall not receive.
Of course.
I will still upgrade the quality on it, just as a curiosity. We're not throwing an exalt on it when we have so few. We need to collect more exalts. In this case, it was a rare circumstance of me using an exalt. do have this right now, so I should try to make some use out of that. I think I got one of them.
Face me!
Ah, that must have been two.
Blink!
And I also forgot that maps exist. Extra lightning, so it's trash. For the most part. I still have to corrupt it and see if it can re-roll the lightning. Annoying. Armor. If that was a single modifier of armor, that would be cool. I don't like it. Not when I compare it to that. You would have to roll a really high HP value, and no resistances, a piss poor life regen. I'd basically be just using you as breeding stock to create a better armor piece.
Break!
I think jeweler, no, that's just the slot. That's basically worthless. For a moment there, I thought that was the quality gem. I think that's gem cutter's prism or something like that. Wonderful. I can't imagine something I could use more than that. It's the best item ever. Okay. I wonder if I can link this in chat for everyone.
My satchel is full. Speak.
I don't care. No, wow, that's a lot of money. Someone die? No. Triple resistances in spirit, and it's going to lose those resistances, I guess. Yeah. So he basically bricked that item pretty hard.
Of course.
It's been a while.
Speak.
I could use that to make a 15.
Time is of the essence.
So it's not completely. I'm gonna be honest. That's actually probably the best thing that could have happened other than what I wanted it to do. Tier 15 maps are a rarity for me. The issue was that, the fucking game, for a period of time, and it might still be true, I hope not though, had, what was I gonna say? There were bosses and maps where you'd complete the map and you wouldn't get a map at the end of all your work. And so I feel like I've suffered quite a bit because of that. So my map sustain is significantly reduced because of it. Not to mention that I'm so very picky about what kind of maps I run. Well, we are in a situation.
Break! Face me!
In this case, we did get a map guaranteed at the end of this. However, the issue with that map was that it was a map we couldn't run. Unfortunately for me, I want to stock up gold, but we need to buy maps now. I have the thing I want. Or have we run out of it? You know, it's also possible that when I got blasted by all those chaos balls earlier and my heart rate went up, maybe that was the moment where I lost it. Maybe I really fucked up right from the get-go when I came back. Thankfully, we still have one. Alright, well, let's keep on going with things. I have two choices. I can run tier 14 maps with bosses, and I can use that so that way I can create tier 15s and be a little bit less inconvenienced for difficulty. More health Enfeeble. I don't recall what Enfeeble does. Curses. There's not much that's bad about this map in particular. I could run this map and not be inconvenienced. Actually, tier 15s are not a problem. We've got a fuckload of tier 15s. I'm just looking in the wrong spot. I'm looking over here, but they're over here. Monster Life, Enfeeble. It really comes down to the question of what does Enfeeble do. Here I am trying to avoid using exalts, and then here you are about to exalt this fucking thing. That's unfortunate. She's not a difficult boss. I need to know before I run this, what does Enfeeble do? That's the only question that needs answering. POE2 Enfeeble debuff. Deal less damage. So, more HP and I deal less damage. And those iron guards, I'm pretty sure they have shields. It'll be a slow run, but it won't be impossible.
Come here! Steel yourself!
one are we on? Global 1. Yeah, this will be a very slow one. Okay, so the boss probably regenerates their health. So you've got to go.
Enough!
Yeah, this map is gonna suck.
You were no warrior. Meek creature. Come here. Steel yourself.
Oh wow, 113% item rarity and 97% item rarity on the character themselves. Oh, what's the yellow mob gonna drop? A blue. Just a blue. Yep, no yellows. It's a double. Oh, we're not receiving damage, so just auto attack until they're done. I guess.
You were no warrior.
days. Sounds like I should definitely be level up by that time. I wonder if I'll get 2 level ups. I suspect not.
I've nowhere to keep that.
If I did have a level up right now, we do have those 2 things of strength. So my only real option that would be logical, in my opinion, would be to go for not fire, because we can't. It's overcapped. It's not capped. It's not overcapped. It's just capped. So it'd have to be cold resistance for now. We could, so if you went cold path, it would take 3 points extra to get to the jewel socket. So if we could find ourselves with a little bit more fire resistance, another jewel socket. But do I have a jewel? I don't think I have one that I'm interested in, but we might. They nerfed jewels a lot with their update.
Can't yet. No challenge.
Well, this should be a desert map. I think desert maps. Baria, that's too bad. Okay, so the one we're looking for is swamp or water maps. My bad.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
Well, I'm not thinking that I'm gonna lose. So, we got that going for us. I just think it's going to be really slow and tedious and boring, and I'm going to be miserable during the entire time. to do something.
Like this go.
Yep.
Mists of tsunami. Sans rat. Tight. Aquaria.
Killing those don't matter. It's killing her that matters. Oh, we'll kill those.
Face me. Tight. Aquaria.
Those just temporarily turn into coins and then they respawn.
Tight.
Let's do some research. What the fuck's her name? POE2 Parasha ads. How to get rid of them.
Mists of
Yeah, basically. She summons ads, and the ads create circles, and the circles just become the enemy ads again whenever they feel like it. She's a shitty boss fight.
face me.
And now it's like I can't even see her in the fucking file.
Tight.
If these enemies didn't have so much more HP because of my map, this wouldn't be so ridiculous.
Mists of tsunami. Atun.
I think I should fail this map on purpose because I just hate this fight.
Face me.
Like if I was able to turn these guys all into bone shatter exploding things would be a lot more reasonable.
Sans rat. Tight. Coon deck.
Get over here.
Atun. Hey.
Yeah, I don't like this fight at all. If I exit to character selection and then log back in, are you going to have me in the same boss fight still? Oh. That's too bad.
Come here!
This game really hates me. Makes me want to regret returning back.
Sun's right.
I can't even fucking use these guys for bone shatter. Oh my gosh. Alright, what to do? I don't want to fight this anymore. It's just so boring. No, I'm not doing this. Fuck that. Okay. Let's do some fucking research on how long I have to wait. POE2, how long to wait for boss fight. POE2 0.2.0 log out. How long to wait? Well, this wasn't a month ago, so your answer is... I don't fucking know. I could go outside and take a walk and come back and find out that it's not done still, probably. I could take a look at my other character for a moment. Just appreciate the weapon. See how much better it is. Well, the base damage is higher, that's for sure. Except for it's got the 2 to 7. It's just got 200% and the 5 to all levels of skills. That's what it was that was impressive, was the 200. When I was looking at this originally, I was like, oh boy, I could exalt it for another 8% damage. And I could also get that from a 5 to a 6. Not exalt, div. So those were the things that were going through my head while I was looking at this thing. It's a level 71 weapon. That's the funny part. I was, at the time, trying for level 81 weapons to try and replace something else I had. Where is the old weapon that I used to have? The old weapon is this. That's what I used to use. Basically, if I look at this old weapon of mine, I'd say that it basically has the same damage value as the weapon I'm currently using. But it's got 7 to all skills. I imagine the attack speed's a little bit less. Compared to... my DPS is actually kind of low. But the problem here is that they've refunded all of my passive skills, for the most part. Well, this character had two-handed skills for the damage. I don't remember how far he went down there. He picked up everything over here. They royally fucked him for the jewel slots. %14 life regen rate, but now the max value you can get is 10%. So those old gems that I created are a high value now. Oh my gosh. Oh, that gives me more incentive to combine these two characters now. So they didn't destroy my gems, they just made it impossible for me to get any more. Not to mention the fact that they also reduced the quantity of gems that you can use. Unfortunately, I never... Oh, man. Fuck me. This gem had at the time rolled a fucking 10%, and I didn't feel like... I re-rolled it for armor. I gave it... I'm pretty sure I gave this one a div and got 20% armor, and I was like, okay, good enough, because I didn't have many divs. It's too bad. What's the best armor value you can get now? 20% still? Okay. That's too bad. We still have 7 points to spend. I guess we did not take this character over in that direction. That's why his life regen was lower. But we instead had him go over there for more attack damage. They've heavily nerfed my build with regards to damage. 7 points to spend. Well, compared to my current build, this one has less life regen. The armor that's been nerfed by the jewel slots. They've done things. Be very curious to see what the life regeneration rate on this character is. No, don't salvage that, you idiot.
These towers are... Indeed. Why are you wasting time here? Continue. Keep up your... You don't look... We should... It is true.
Nothing is set in stone.
I'm disappointed that the life regen is not much more than the other character, because we have this chest piece, which actually is not so different from what we have in the other character. Honestly, the two chest pieces I have are very comparable. Honestly, they're so similar that I feel like I'm looking at the same chess piece for the most part. The only difference between these two characters is the HP, and this damage value is so very little compared to 405, 426. But why are you telling me things? And here I fought some Alright, so let's go over to POE2. And the question is, where are my jewels? Slash reclaim jewels. Okay, so let's do slash reclaim jewels. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Okay. How do these compare with my old jewels? So this one's 20% armor and some life regenerate. Honestly, thinking about this logically, this gem here has got 18% armor and 14% life regen rate. And ignoring the fact that it's block, oh man. So, one suffix and one prefix. Not really too much I can do. And those items I can't get back. I can't get anything comparable to that ever again. Because they nerfed them. So all I can really do is hope for a Mirror of Kurlandra and try to get more of them that way. I can get more of those, and then hope to use the mirrored items to eventually try to aim for re-rolling that block chance or the war cry cooldown into something more useful. I hate what they've done with the game. It angers me a little bit. Over here, 20% armor, 10 life regenerate. So it is possible to instead be like, here's the thing that I would want to do. If I had all the mirrors in the rolled, I would use this gem in particular as my baseline. I'd use that guy. So I used to have more life regenerate because I had these two. They nerfed my build so much. So the old character, no, we didn't have those. So honestly, the regeneration rate wouldn't be as comparable, I suppose. I'm annoyed. I want my jewel slots back. What do I value more, armor or 5 more life regen rate? They've also reduced my damage. I know that for a fucking fact. My attacks deal a lot less damage. Why is this one grayed out? What have you done? That's too bad. So they've also nerfed that playstyle. Very annoying. So that jewel is basically, if it was possible for me to reroll prefixes, then I could possibly get something better, since I would not be removing the only thing I care about, which is the life regeneration rate, which is perfect. Other than that, probably reroll one of these life modifiers. I don't know what I've done that's different that's caused me to have less points over in this direction. I'm curious about that. Oh, no, I know what the answer to that is. It's that I didn't go this way with this character. I was like, oh, let's get more damage, and so I went over there instead. I wouldn't be surprised if those points are what's causing me, but this character has. So surprisingly enough, because of all the nerfs, this character deals a lot less damage than the other character, probably. Max life, chaos res, strength, elemental, chaos, and again no life. Compared to my rings on the new character, this ring is quite pathetic. This one has potential to still be useful on the new character. 8% increased max life and 33% armor. I wish I had something like that on the new character. So when the character finally dies and we combine the two of them, it'll be very interesting to see what pieces of armor can be mixed and matched. POE2, how long to log out? I'm not getting the answer I want. Maybe I should just ask in general chat. sure hope it's not 24 hours.
Go on.
This game really does not want me to play.
Of course.
I think he's joking. Since the answer he gave changed. Alright, so let's look at gear for a little bit longer. Like I was gonna say, so that necklace, if the two characters merge, this I would be losing Chaos Res for this helmet, this necklace. But I gain a lot of HP probably. I wouldn't be surprised about that. 300 HP? No. That's almost 200 over 4,000. And now it's a little bit above. So this is probably like 350 helmet, 350 health for one fucking necklace. Wow, that's a god tier necklace. This one's pretty good as well. I'd probably use this one for its high chaos roll and its strength and life. And like I have 2 rings. I remember one of them has 30% chaos res and the other one has like 26% elemental resistance. And I don't know how that all works out, but the one that don't got chaos res, we do need the elemental resist. This ring may not match up to them, but it would be nice to be able to work that extra health and strength into it somehow. This one's trash. This one should go. This guy, he don't got any armor on him. He just got a bunch of HP, so he's kind of pathetic. The movement speed's less. Probably do a lot of things with shields, but this one has no resistances on it. We do have other shields. Like I got this monster with its high armor value. Barely any resistances on it though, and no life, so it's not very good. It was one I corrupted. It's probably the one I'm using. This shield, when I corrupted it, it gained max life, and for a brief moment I was really happy, and I think it gained the strength. But it lost double resistances. It's got no resistance, it's just got that 7% still. And when I did get it, it used to be a pure upgrade to this guy before it got chaos res. Before it got corrupted, it was a straight upgrade for this shield, and then it got corrupted and it lost the pure upgrade status, and then it gained the health instead. This character, so cold res, chaos, fire. We need these to have our resistances capped. All I'm thinking is that if this character was to have their resistances increased, they could increase their max health a bit more with runes. Damage could go up with the iron runes being replaced with 25%, so my damage can go up. Not by much. And there's also that thing whatever these are, catalysts. We could use catalysts to make our, like, here's something I hadn't been thinking about, and I should probably think about in the for that character in the other server. I got one ring that's got 20%, 26% elemental resistance. Now, obviously, it's not a breach ring, so it's not going to give me 40%. Instead, I think it's going to give me 20%. So, that would be another 5% elemental resistance if I use one of the 3 elements. Well, honestly, all I would really need is an extra 2% all resist. So that way I could then consider getting passive skills for fire resist on that character. Obviously, this character's weapon is lacking in flat damage on that roll over there. So it's not an amazing weapon, and it don't got attack speed. I feel like plus level to all skills has been significantly weakened. I saw a video with someone having a +2 skills on their amulet, melee skills +3, and I'm pretty sure gloves also have that potential. So, could things get more ridiculous? Maybe. What's the temperature outside? I could take like a nice 20-minute walk, come back. Maybe the character will have left that boss fight. 0.2 log out timer. They're not making this information easy to find. Google isn't helping at all. Let's do log out. Search on Reddit. I'm very disappointed. Relevance. New. They really are trying to make me not want to play this game anymore. This build was heavily nerfed. I swear it used to be like 30k or something. Maybe it's 30k over here. I used to have 2 gems. The only thing that is not their fault is over here. Rather than going for life regenerate, I used to go for damage. I think we were up to this point with damage. Armor also took a pretty big hit. It used to be like 27k, maybe 28k armor. What the fuck? That fight with Viper, oh my gosh. Wow, I can't believe you can do that. So the wall in the Viper fight can actually collapse it on itself. Oh my gosh, that's fucked. That's hilarious. I think the instances expire in 15 minutes kind of thing. POE2 instance expire. I've not been keeping track of time. I wish my current character had 4200 HP like this guy. That's like 500 HP more than I've currently got. How the fuck did you manage that? Your strength value is probably like 100 points higher. Every strength is 100, it was 200 HP. And there's all sorts of other things. But for the most part, I think it's just this amulet. I think that amulet causes me the biggest difference in HP. This ring, so like my rings on the other character have no life whatsoever, whereas this ring has life and strength. So we got 2 things going there. So these 2 items in particular are probably the most valuable to pass around. I don't feel like this weapon has as much value as it used to have. They heavily nerfed my build. What old rings I used to use? Interesting that the spirit usage is different than it used to be. So this character, instead of using Since this character no longer needs mana with the purpose of blood magic, he instead has scavenge plating and that skill effect duration to make it, I think, like 11 point something seconds or whatnot. I'm not sure. If it was 50, it would have been 12 seconds. So it's like 11.2 if I had to guess. Basically, the way these synergize is... Oh, we've got an extra slot, so... Rather than this character using that fire ability, I think the reason why I stopped using Herald of Flame on this character was Herald of Flame causes ignites to happen. And so what would happen is I would do one Bone Shatter, and enemies close by that didn't die would be primed for stun, and so I could Bone Shatter them, but the Herald of Flame would cause them to be getting ignite damage. And so rather than being able to finish those enemies off with a Bone Shatter, I would run up to them and they would die from the ignite before I could keep on. So the idea was that I got rid of Herald of Flame on this character, so that way I could do one Bone Shatter and then another Bone Shatter and another Bone Shatter and just chain kill things. Whereas with Herald of Flame, I would Bone Shatter. I'd set up for Bone Shatter, I'd do the Bone Shatter, shit would die, and then I'd be like, okay, well, I've got to set up for Bone Shatter once more. That's how things changed. %, so that's 15, so this would be something to get rid of, which would put us at 80 points. I imagine that it costs 30 points for Herald of Flame. So we'd be 10 points short. This character was luckier with greater gems. They were able to get 2 and a perfect gem. Oh, 4 of them. Holy fuck, this character has had a good time. I wish my new character had that kind of luck. 65 exalts. There was a day where we found multiple divs. It was, I think, 3 divs in one day. In one map in particular. No, it was one day. I think 2 of them at least came from the same map. Possibly all 3 on the same map. That was a very good day. They wouldn't bother to do us the kindness of upgrading our runes from this to greater. Of course not, because those are the same runes that level 1 characters would get. So, we have to get graders on this server. That one's pretty good. But it's got no life on it. What's our rarity on this character? I'm not gonna see it over here, I guess. I don't understand. Are you trying to tell me I have no rarity? I could believe it. Okay, so this character no longer has any rarity. And the reason for that must have been simple. I got so fed up with them requiring that you stack rarity that it pissed me off so much that I was like, you know what? Fuck it. No more rarity. I think that's what I did. I just got so pissed off. hated that they made it mandatory, and so I just stopped stacking it all together and said fuck it. And I guess shortly after that I must have quit. It wasn't really a quit, more as I just got bored of the game. Like back then, I didn't even uninstall the game. I still had it installed. I just didn't have any motivation to keep going. Pretty soon I'm gonna try to relog on the character. I feel like 15 minutes probably has passed. And if that don't work, and I find myself still in that boss fight, then we'll have to probably end the stream and go for a walk. Get some moonlight. Hopefully there's a moon out. I hope. Well, I may as well put the headphone back in. Alright, moment of truth. Am I free from my suffering? Thank goodness. This game hates me.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah, so like 85% more life and fucking enfeeble. That was a horrible idea. We are in the 5th month? I would say July. I think I will like looking at this map visually. If I do this map, however, then I can get a tier 15 out of it. is a tier 14 map, and it's not even leveled. So, under that perspective, the odds of death should be lower. I remember being terrified of a breach I did at one point. I don't know what the situation of that breach compared to now will be. I thought I had gotten something good from this, but I was mistaken. It was an orbo transmutation. If I had to guess, maybe they've nerfed breaches, the rewards from them, because people love doing them. So this character is not too much weaker compared to the other character. I thought that the weapon, but the problem is that they nerfed my weapon.
Break!
They removed my gems, made them worthless. 14 map, but these guys are doing some pretty good fucking damage. If this map had a boss. I don't see him on the map. Maybe I was mistaken.
Break!
Since it's this map, the boss for this map would be locked on.
Weakling! My satchel is full. Go on.
Time is of the essence.
Well, since they have made it so that nothing but graders will drop, I think we should change our layout. Logically speaking, the runes that I do have in my inventory right now are all ones that I do have interest in using to some degree. So we could combine them all. If I do this, I'd rather not with this, but let's try it with something else. Something I care a little bit less about. So if I do that, I'm prevented from doing anything until I take it out. I'm a little concerned that I will lose my progress, so we'll number 1. a situation where he can't kill me. I'd rather not assume that, but I truly do believe he is unable to kill me. As long as I don't roll through him and get hit by both of those attacks, I feel very safe. Although this is a level 78 map, he's probably got a few levels of his own from the Atlas classes. Give me a nice map. You better drop something or I'm pissed. That's not horrible. It does nerf my build, so I'd have to be cautious. But it's not horrible. It just lowers my build to the standards of everyone else. So I could run a map, try to run something on the easier side.
Shut up! Become dead!
could be very wrong in saying that. But I do find it funny.
No chance.
If I want map sustain, a really good way to get map sustain, risky as it is, would be to level up a new character all the way to the end game and have them get there as soon as they possibly can. So like say level 65 or maybe probably more like 67, and have them immediately run a tier 15 map. And then that character, every time they level up, they will get another stack of 10 maps at tier 14. I could just buy a fuckload of tier 14 maps with that character and never have to worry about map sustain for a long time. And probably after all of this is done, we're gonna find the delirium in some fucking corner of the map.
My satchel is full.
I wonder if I walked past it, looked at it, and was like, oh, fuck that.
You were no worry. I've no more room.
Since a lot of the enemies are dead, that delirium is probably only going to give me 2 things, if I'm lucky.
Speak. Time is of the essence.
Do we have all the shards on the normal side? Yes. This one's very rare. My other character struggled getting that one as well.
Face me!
Hopefully it's not over there. The map is showing me a symbol down there. Maybe that's for delirium. I'm not too sure. My personal opinion is the answer is yes. With 47 regular mobs, there's only delirium enemies for the most part. Rather than gaining money today, we've actually lost.
You will never know my name.
Wake!
It's probably true. I sincerely doubt I'll ever fight any Pinnacle content. You gonna tell me the game fucking crashed or some stupid shit? Or are they still doing this same bullshit where you wait fucking 15 seconds and the game just has a fucking epiphany and realizes it's gotta do shit? At least let me get 2 things from this fucking...
Cower! Enough!
You're not gonna get me all hyped up for the possibility of getting 3 things and then taking away from them. Are you? There we go. Probably be 3 useless things. I imagine that's the first tier of thingy. I bet you're right. Yep.
Speak. Indeed.
More cold damage versus... This one's just better overall.
You need to create a complete. Until next time.
I need a nap. That's not happening though. Okay. Was tab number 1. We can easily do those 2 over there. Greater irons. These ones. I miss Asmongold. I hope he is doing well. But I really hope he comes back soon as well. My own personal interests. I'm bored. If I do this, no, maybe. Moment of truth, does it still work? It does work. Oops. That's what they look like, and I don't think I see any more of them. Might be wrong about that. Why not? It's quite a few. I do like this song. I may want to consider selling all the useless runes, or compressing them and then selling off the rest of this useless crap, since we're using this stash tab for event items. So I guess we'll run this tier 14 next, but I need to take a piss. Run a tower? Rather not. Not with a terrible map like this. I can go this way and that way, hoping that these tier 14 maps that I run eventually get me a tier 15 map that has value. Or resistances, pack size, that sounds fine to me. Killing the boss will give me a map, and killing all the uniques or all the yellow mobs will give me a map. So there are two opportunities for me to resustain my maps. If I get a single map out of this, then, and there's the chance, I suppose, that a regular mob might drop something. So we'll be running that next. Make it simple for myself. We're putting that over there. Let's not put that in there in case something stupid happens. Like the game crashes and I come back and it's gone. then you should try them. Oh, I'm being very cruel here. You should try him, the judge, as a member. Treat him like he's a member of the terrorist group because he armed a terrorist. Supported a terrorist. Hid a terrorist away. Treat him like he's a member of that terrorist group. And put him in the super jail. If true, do that.
He goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting. This is the last person that we want in our country, nor will we ever tolerate.
What I find strange though is, actually it sounds logical to me. A little bit. Basically, they knew that he was at the shooting range with the weapon, and they did not try to arrest him there. Because that's just a recipe for disaster. I don't know why I was ever thinking that would be a stupid idea. It'd be a smart idea. Basically, they were tracking him. They knew that he was there. So this judge was just delaying the inevitable. And to find out the pictures and that. Fun fact is, I've got jury duty. So, I'm gonna get to kind of see what the crucible of lifestyle that it is that creates a judge and their high horse.
Or anyone else harboring them.
Let me, if I could, Madam Attorney General, come back to the Wisconsin case. Because it's essentially letting out through an automatic. We had a situation where we're seeing
No chance.
complaining about in Colorado, where there would be no chance for a defendant to isolate a detainer request in a way that was orderly, protected. They would dump them off in a parking lot. Police would have to chase them to pick them up. This ended up in a foot chase in public sight. It says here a foot chase and shoot. The agents, and this was a DEA agent, an FBI agent, pursued Flores Ruiz for the entire length of the courthouse, and ultimately apprehended him near the intersection of West State Street and 10th Street. So the judge apparently agreed with the situation. Where you have a foot chase, and we all know that sometimes they can be, they can also turn into a situation.
She put the lives of citizens at risk. Which is absurd. How yes, she put a lot of people in danger. That judge did it, so did the other judge. That was charged with allegedly assault rifle, AK-47, AK-50, with a suppressor, a known TDA member, letting him into a shooting range so he would find and perfect his shooting skills. Let's see what our judiciary is beyond me.
Yeah, so the American public hears this and they think these were once upstanding people in their communities. These are your professionals.
They're deranged is all I can think of. I cannot believe. I think some of these judges are beyond and above the law, and they are not. And we're sending a very strong message today. If you are harboring a fugitive, we don't care who you are. You are helping hide.
The judges and their high horse and so forth. as I understand it, you are not paid in where I'm living
Come here!
for the first 10 days of jury duty. If you have to serve 10 days of jury duty, you're not paid at all for it. And if you are paid for jury duty beyond those 10 days, it is $40 per day. I think there was something about if you have to stay overnight for jury duty, then it's $100. And after a certain period of time, I don't remember what the period of time is, it changes from $40 to $100 if you have to serve on the jury duty for a stupid long fucking amount of days. So in my opinion, at such a low wage rate per day of serving as jury duty, my opinion would be that those judges, now this is different for every place, I'm talking the province of Ontario, and these are American judges, so obviously there are different aspects,
Out of mana.
but the seat of power that they hold is basically the same. The rules may be different from place to place. But my opinion is that those judges do not understand the common man. Their life has been too good. Their bullshit radar doesn't exist if they can justify what they justify. And what was it with that other story we heard recently? That judge lowered their sentence from 500,000 to 250, as well as the fact that the accused had raised that kind of money and then some. When this person that was accused had murdered somebody. So basically, combining the knowledge that the guy had raised up that much money and that the judge had lowered their sentencing, effectively, if you want a perspective, the idiot that did murder got a fuckload of money raised up, which is fine because of only one reason. Idiots are allowed to spend their money however they please. If they want to give money to a murderer, that's fine. However, a judge possessing said knowledge about what happened and knowing that the person had received the money that they did still lowered their sentence,
Chance.
effectively saying, you know what, you deserve to be paid for murder. The right thing the judge would have done was do nothing. Instead, I consider that judge to be someone that has approved of someone else being paid for murder, profiting off of someone dying, and I find that unacceptable. Who's next? I figure it's Joe.
Right. There's a bunch of disagreement. One of the most concrete pieces of evidence that we have recently came out of a lab, an AI kind of evaluation lab called Meter. And they put together this test.
Go.
Basically, it's like you ask the question, pick a task that takes a certain amount of time, like an hour. It takes like a human a certain amount of time. And then see like how likely the best AI system is to solve that task. Then try a longer task. See like a 10-hour task. Can it do that one? So right now what they're finding is when it comes to AI research itself, so basically like automate the work of an AI researcher, you're hitting 50% success rates with these AI systems for tasks that take an hour long. And that is double right now it's like every 4 months.
So like a human task that you can do, you know, if a person does in 5 minutes, like, you know, ordering an Uber Eats or like somebody takes like 15 minutes and maybe book a flight or something like that. Then it's a question of like, how much can these AI agents do, right? Like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. You know, these spaces like research, and it's getting further and further. Doubling it looks like every 4 months.
So like if you extrapolate that and you basically get to tasks that take a month to complete, like by 2027,
Enough!
tasks that take a day to complete, these systems will be completing in like 50%.
Feel my wrath!
I'm sorry, but haven't you guys seen that Elon Musk video? I'm sorry, but this shit already exists.
If you think that you're human level AI capabilities across the board, say 2027, 2028, which we'll talk to some of these like the artificial brain that powers super intelligence, human level intelligence in like 2027.
Common knowledge, where are you?
So, my studies in Foundation 1. It was a mistake, but I
Enough! I need more time. My satchel is full.
so that he was seen as like the guy who was like interacting with this bigwig. And the thing is like, it doesn't tend to happen in startups, at least not in the same way, because
So
everybody.
he for the like he wanted to use this was a genius who was for cell things, for
Yeah.
sounding smart, money, right?
Disgusting.
Everywhere. And yeah, the reason it happens is that these guys who are like professors, right? Like professors, just like your postdoctoral guy who's like supervising you.
Indeed.
They can write your letters of reference and control your career after that lab.
Go on.
These like, so what you're doing
Go.
is
Yeah, it's gross.
gross,
It's happening.
gross, awesome. You want to take credit for your work, and it's real, it's random, and the way to escape it is to basically just be like,
No, fuck you.
Face me!
of the
Help
essence.
get it made. And he goes, well, what are they going to do? He goes, they're not going to do anything. It's just be in name. He goes, but they're going to get credit. He goes, yeah. He goes, fuck that. He goes, no, no, listen. This is better for the show. It'll help the show.
Right.
You know what I mean? Well, then they'll have it. He's like, yeah, it's good. Like, it doesn't matter if it's successful or not. This is a good thing to do. And he's like, what are you talking about? But it was a conflict of interest because this guy was working for and this is completely common.
You're fired.
These executive producers that are on shows that have zero to do with it. It's somebody in
You disgrace these sands! Changes nothing. Your end is nigh. The sands obey.
Hurry up and walk over here, bitch.
You will break upon my blade! Puny insect, you will suffer! The weak shall kneel before my wrath!
Just try it.
This changes nothing. Your death comes by my hand! This changes nothing. Puny insect, you will suffer! You will break upon my blade!
logically speaking, this amulet only gives me 70 HP. So compared to the other amulet we have on the other character that gives us 350 HP, this amulet is worthless in comparison. Although 70, how much is that going to translate to? And 5 to all attributes. So 666 becomes, so it's 100 HPs. So comparing the two, 250 HP to gain if I can find myself a decent fucking amulet. And even then, I bet you there's still higher potential. However, such higher potential probably will not be found. So rings and amulets. That is what this character needs to work on.
No chance! No chance!
One monster. That's pretty good.
You might be wrong this entire time.
Speak.
So back to the quantum thing. So quantum computing is infinite.
2 maps. Some nice sustain. So let's get back in the swing of things. Let's regather maps for tier 15.
Would it make sense then that if quantum computing can run a large language model, that it would reach a level of intelligence that's just preposterous?
So yeah, one way to think of it is like there are problems that quantum computers can solve way better than classical computers. And so like the numbers get absurd pretty quickly. It's like problems that a classical computer couldn't solve if it had the entire lifetime of the universe to solve it. A quantum computer written like 30 seconds, boom. But the flip side, like there are problems that quantum computers just like can't help us accelerate. The kinds of like one classic problem that quantum computers help with is this thing called
Of
like,
course.
paradox, or problem where you know you have like a bunch of different locations that a salesman needs to hit, and what's the best path to most efficient? It's like kind of a classic problem if you're going around different places and have to make stops. But there are a lot of different problems that have the right shape for that. A lot of quantum machine learning, which is a field, is focused on how do we take standard AI problems, like AI workloads that we want to run, and like massage them into a shape that gives us a quantum advantage. And it's a nascent field. There's a lot going on there. I would expect, like, my personal expectation is that we just build human level AI and very quickly after that super intelligence, without ever having to factor in quantum. But it's
Can
not,
you define that for people? What's the difference between human level AI and super intelligence?
yeah.
So yeah, human level AI is like AI. You can imagine like it's AI that is as smart as you are in, let's say, all the things you can do on a computer. So you can order food on a computer, but you can also write software on a computer. You can also email people and pay them to do shit on a computer. You can also trade stocks on a computer. So it's like as smart as a smart person for that. Super intelligence, people have various definitions, and they're all kinds of like honestly hissy fits about like different definitions. Generally speaking, it's something that's like very significantly smarter than the smartest human. And so you think about it, it's kind of like it's as smart, as much smarter than you as you can, smarter than like each model. And you think about that, and you think about like the how would a toddler it's kind of hard. Like you can outthink a toddler pretty much like in a year. And so super intelligence gets us at these levels where you can potentially do things that are
Break!
scientific theories.
My satchel is full.
kind of 2026, 27. Not for double digit, though. Not for double digit. For single digit, yeah, you're talking like that's a few gigawatts. So a few gigawatts.
So it's not single digit, it's like for 2027, you're looking like, you know, in the 0.5-ish percent. But it's like it's a big like you're talking about gigawatts. Gigawatts, 1 gigawatt is a million homes. So you're seeing like one data center in 2027 is easily going to break a gig. There's going to be multiple like that, and so it's like a million home city, metropolis really, that is just dedicated to training like one fucking home. That's what this is. Again, if you zoom out a bit, you can interpret it as like this.
Of course.
Like all these humans frantically running around like ants, just like building this like artificial brain.
One single line assembling itself on
Yeah.
the face of the planet.
Marshall McLuhan in 1963 or something like that said, sex organs in a machine.
That hits different today.
Enough! Steel yourself!
I think it would be interesting if the concept of a person could be applied to a robot to talk and actually interact with someone that's born as an AI. Someone that's not human. It's like how you talk to a dog, but instead we're the dog and they're the human, they're the sentient.
Probably the biggest thing there is going to be the security side, which
I don't think such a thing would happen, but I think it would be interesting.
I've nowhere to keep that. You were no worry.
and just a couple months ago, they kind of go like, oh, we got fucking like China all up in our shit.
And this is like
Go on.
a switch for them, and like turn off the power or water just like or like you fucking yeah.
Well, sorry, Salt Typhoon though is about just sitting on the like basically telecoms now.
Well, that's the telecom one.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's not the, but yeah, I mean that's another
There's
thing.
another thing where they're doing that too.
Yeah, it's kind of where what we've been looking into the last year is this question of how what is if you're going to make like a Manhattan Project for superintelligence, right? Which is that's what we were texting about like way back, and actually, funnily enough, we shifted render gaming for security reasons. But if you're going to do a Manhattan Project for superintelligence, what does that have to look like? What does the security game have to look like to actually make it so that China's not all up in your shit? Like today, it is extremely clear that at the world's top AI labs, like all that shit is being stolen. Like there's not a single lab right now that isn't being spied on successfully based on everything we've seen by the Chinese.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Are we spy on the Chinese as well?
That's a big problem. Do you want to?
We're
Tempered by flame.
we're definitely doing some stuff. But in terms of the relative balance between the two, we're not where we need to be.
They spy on us better than we spy on them.
Yeah, because like our
build all our shit.
they build all
That
our
was the
shit.
Huawei
is of the essence.
Basically, all of them have weapons that are made in China. China's known to have planted backdoors like Trojans into those substations to fuck with our grid. The thing is, when you see assault typhoon, when you see like big Chinese cyber attack or big Russian cyber attack, you're not seeing realistic. These countries do not go and show you like their best cards out the gate. You show the bare minimum that you can without tipping your hand to the actual exquisite capabilities you have. Like the way that one of the people kind of who's been walking us through all this experience, like
I'll give an example. Like, I'll tell you a story that's kind of like
Steel yourself!
And there's a bomb inside.
You see where I'm going with this, probably, but yeah, 7 years later, 1952, finally occurs to us, like, let's take a town and actually examine this. So they dig into it, and they find this incredible contraption in it called a cavity resonator. And this device doesn't have a power source at all, which means when you're sweeping the office for bugs, you're not going to find them. What it does instead is it's designed, that's it. They call it the thing. And what this cavity resonator does is it's basically designed to reflect
Enough!
radiation back to the chamber to listen all the
So it's just a listening device. They left. Time's up. Okay, so no bomb. How the fuck? Yes.
This is something that came up in our investigation just from every single person who was like, let us in it, dialed in and knows what's up. They're like,
Shut up!
like, our adversaries, if they need to, like, answer in order to print their shit off of your laptop, they're going to go to I don't know specifically about the ambassador, but, like,
That's also so. Later that can go in more detail here, but technology like that, kind of lower powers, you're less likely to look at. Nowadays, we live in enough world.
Time is of the essence.
always just moving his hand.
Did I get a map from this one? Because I don't know if I got a map or not. Am I done here? Map is completed. I don't recall if I got a map or not. I'll assume I did, but I feel like I didn't. If I would have got a map from that, then it would have been right now. I don't think I did. Either that or I sold it. I think that they didn't drop me a map. Should be a simple boss fight. So they still haven't fixed their game, or I'm mistaken and I'm barking up the wrong tree. Let's not. I'm not gonna do it because I kind of just want to relax.
Playing it yesterday on Instagram. He's like practicing. It's so fucking wow.
He's pretty good at it too.
Yeah. There's both hands are controlling it by moving in and out. It's space, X, Y. I don't know.
Break! Feel my wrath!
So American people years and years and years without really succeeding.
Super sophisticated bugs. Swaying of the village. That was what was powering this. Nation states subject. Oh, that thing, it moves so that the same way by the sway of the village.
I think it was powered by radio frequency emissions. So there may be another way. Yeah,
Maybe.
You were no warrior.
the only reason we even know that is because YouTube got shot down in 1960. Russians were like, it's like spot on.
Everyone thinks that they're not guilty because they're not the ones directly doing it, but their entire team is doing it behind their backs, so they can feel like they're clean. When truth is, everyone's got someone on their team that's dirty.
There might be some other people that could be interested in chatting.
No one is purely good. Well, the people are good, but the team, no team is pure good.
But there's certain people like
Probably like all
In the end, it's their fault. The fuck?
Steel yourself!
They'll do anything to escape accountability or reputation damage.
No chance!
Sophisticated propaganda machine, and pinned it outside of
It's like the same attitude that got Turing chemically castrated, right? I mean, I just like, hey, let's just get in there. Fuck around.
you can't just trust the medical staff. I think they started in the third. So 24 3-minute rides Washington DC direct labs. 35 they tried it first.
Break! Weakling! I've no more room.
Get that back, you piece of shit. Yes, seriously. You're kind of like, you don't want to display it up on the shelf, but it's just
Two maps.
I've no more room.
Like a lot of one thing I'm thinking about too, the idea of audience capture, right? You have like big people with high profile, gradually steering them towards a position by bots that like through comments, through votes,
Speak.
and try to convince people of other opinions.
So you have to imagine that adversaries are using this and doing this and pushing the frontier. Like there's
They may fool.
oh yeah, 100%.
You have to do it because for sure we're doing that.
And this is one of the things where, like it used to be. So OpenAI actually used to do this assessment of their AI models as part of their kind of what they call their preparedness framework. That would look at the persuasion capabilities of their models as one kind of threat vector. They pulled that out recently, which is kind of like
Why?
you can argue that it makes sense. I actually think it's somewhat concerning because one of the things you might worry about is if these systems sometimes they get trained through what's called reinforcement learning. Potentially, you could imagine training these to be super persuasive by having them interact with real people, convince them, practice, convincing them to do specific things. If you get to that point, these systems ultimately will have the ability to deploy agents at scale that can just persuade a lot of people to do whatever they want, including pushing legislation.
Funnily enough, after that last family get together, it's even more impressive.
Optimization pressure that keeps you on TikTok, that same like addiction, imagine like persuading you of some fact, right? That's like a
On the other hand, maybe a few months from now, very, very yeah, maybe they'll get so good. It would make sense to you. Maybe they'll just be right.
that's actually works out.
Yeah, it's a confusing time period, analyst who investigated Twitter before Elon bought it said
Like there needs to be the challenge is like so
like think about it. Tell the difference between a cutting edge AI you can't because you actually can generate AI images of a family or a backyard barbecue, post all these things up and make it seem like it's real.
I've been a little bit impressed by the AR that I've been seeing lately. Although I've not been looking at too much.
Any social issues. You see with Gaza, you see abortion, you see freedom. You just see these bots, you see these bots, you see like various levels. You see like the extreme position, and then you see a more reasonable centrist position. But essentially what they're doing is they're consistently moving what's going on further and further in a certain direction. And in fact, it's
What is it?
it's both directions. Like it's like you know how when you're trying to like you're trying to capsize a boat or something, you're like fucking with your buddy on the lake or something. So you push on one side, they push on the other side, then you push until eventually it capsizes. This is kind of like our electrical process is already naturally like this, right? We go like we have a party in power for a while, and like
Go.
they get they basically get like you get tired of these switch. That's kind of the natural way how democracy works or in a republic. But the way that adversaries think about this is they're like, perfect, this swing back and forth. All we have to do is like when it's on this way, you push and push and push and push until it goes more extreme. And then there's a reaction to it, right? And now swing it back and we push and push and push on the other side until eventually something breaks. And that's the result. Yeah.
It's also like the organizations that are doing this, like we already know this is part of Russia's MO, China's MO, because back when it was easier to detect, we already could see them do this shit. So there is this website called This Person Does Not Exist. It still exists surely now, but it's kind of
Superseded.
yeah. But you would like every time you
Yes.
refresh this website, you would see a different like human face that was AI generated. And
Indeed.
what the Russian Internet Research Agency would do is yeah, exactly. What all these actually
That's too bad. The safest one would be this. And even that's shitty, so it would be best to go over here.
This is like years old.
This,
So
that,
you might remember
that.
the whole thing about AI systems were having a hard time generating like hands that only had like 5 fingers.
Right.
That's
That's all. That's okay.
yeah. Literally,
Thank
so
goodness.
before, though, back in the day,
Now it
the
just
person
generates
designs
4
this,
instead and
that
hides the thumb.
Russians would take like the a face from that and then use it as the profile picture for like a Twitter bot.
Right.
And so that you could actually detect. You'd be like, okay, I've got you there. I've got you there. I can kind of get a rough count.
Right.
Now we can't, but we definitely know they've been in the game for a long time.
Yeah.
There's no way they're not
And
right
the
now.
thing with like nation state like propaganda attempts, right, is that like people have this idea that like like I've caught this like Chinese influence operation or whatever, like we nailed them. The reality is nation states operate at like 30 different levels, and if you're a priority, like just influencing our information space is a priority, they're just gonna operate. They're not just gonna pick a level and do it. They're gonna do all 30 of them. And so you, even if you're like among the best in the world at detecting this shit, you're gonna catch and stop like level 2 attempts. And then you're gonna be like, you're gonna later with level 11, 12, 13, like you're working up and
No chance! Fear will best you! Just try it! Weakling! Shadow!
Against like CCP, for example.
Time is of the essence.
Blacks will tell you things that, by the way, the black leadership will tell you the opposite in some cases. And so, like, it's just this Gordian knot. Like it took us months to like pin down every kind of dimension that we think. You know, that's all.
Phantoms! No challenge.
top of her game, but she's she's talking with superhero.
Gruesome creature!
Okay, that's not correct. Can you say why? She's like, those are just the people that like go and like bomb stuff. Lotion, like lotion. When they do that, you should just tell them to leave. There's no way you have an original thought. How's how you talk?
China can get out of our data center.
Thank goodness I don't have to deal with that shit.
Weak! No challenge.
It's not the like the neat kind of like you know whatever, but someone has to have it. Great job on this thing, but like I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this.
Power!
On the security side, the fact that we're never gonna be able to patch everything, like you have to. And it's like
A labyrinth.
You actually have to go on offense from the beginning. As like
Phantoms!
The only argument I'd put against these guys, and I'm sure they could give me an answer if I was literally there and asking the question, would be is, you guys were saying earlier about how AI is so smart and so forth. How would AI, and they probably have answered this in this, because this is a 3-hour fucking video and I'm only like 55 minutes into it, would be is, has AI improved the capabilities of defense against those types of attacks? Are you guys at, because I imagine it's if I had to flip a coin and say whether the answer is yes or no, I'm going to put the answer as yes. Of course, AI has also done the opposite effect, where for other countries it is now easier for them to get through those defenses. They were already getting through them without the AI, but imagine that it's easier now. A little bit. Like that phrase from Metal Gear Solid, war has changed.
There's a related issue here, which is, made by a couple of them made the point that, you know, you can have the most exquisite capabilities.
Face me! I've nowhere to keep that.
China, Russia, like our adversaries, all kinds of stuff.
Particularly during the previous administration, this was a huge, huge problem during the previous administration. You actually had operations being done on as soon as like a thing happened, so there were, for example, there was like
Go on.
4 different states
gosh. It's like that phrase from that movie. The only way to get smarter is to face a smarter opponent. There was a movie that recommended me a couple clips, and I probably butchered the phrase, but I don't feel like that applies here.
My satchel is full.
Remember? That's what New York City did.
slim chance.
the labs are like super bad. They're like
But if you never try, you'll never succeed.
deep on that piece, but like as one data point, right? So there's like double-digit percentages of the world's top AI labs or America's top AI labs
Of employees.
of employees that are like Chinese nationals or have ties to the Chinese mainland, right? So that's great. Why don't we build the Manhattan
Yeah, it's
Project?
really funny, right?
Like, so
Stupid.
but it's also like the challenge is when you talk to people who actually when you talk to people who actually have experience in dealing with like the CCP activity in the space, right? Like there's one story that we heard that is probably worth
Time is of the
like
essence.
this guy from an intelligence agency was saying like, hey, so there was this power outage out in Berkeley, California back in like 2019 or something, and the internet goes out across the whole campus, and so there's this storm, and like all of the Chinese students are freaking out because they have an obligation to do a time-based check-in and basically report back on everything they've seen and heard to basically a CCP handler type thing. And if they don't, like maybe your mother's insulin doesn't show up, maybe your like brother's travel plans get denied, maybe a family business gets shut down. Like there's the range of options that this massive CCP state coercion machine has. This is like they've got internal software for this. Like this is an institutionalized, like very well developed and efficient framework for just ratcheting up pressure on individuals overseas. And they believe the Chinese diaspora
Yes.
overseas belongs to them. If you look at like what the Chinese Communist Party writes in its written like public communications, they see like
Go.
China's ethnicity as being like it is a bigger victim of this than the Chinese people themselves who are abroad, who have made amazing contributions to American AI
What is
innovation.
it?
Just have to look at the names on the freaking papers. It's like these guys are wicked, but the problem is
Time is of the
also
essence.
look head on at this reality. Like you can't just be like, well, I'm not going to say it because it makes me feel funny inside. Someone has to stand up and point out the obvious that if you're going to build a fucking Manhattan Project for superintelligence, and the idea is to like be doing that when China is a key rival nation state actor.
Come here!
Like America's the place where come make yourself like sinister, tired, you're hungry, you're poor. And
Which is true and important.
it's true and important. They're playing right off of that. Dude, we just don't want to look at that problem.
Yeah, and Chinese nationals working on these things has just been a
Speak.
factor in checking with the CCP.
Yeah.
And
Go.
are they being monitored? How much can you monitor them? What do you know that they have? What equipment have they been given?
You
So
can't
the best part-
constitutionally, right?
Yeah,
You
the
can't
best part
just
is constitutionally. It's also you can't legally deny someone employment on that basis in a private company. So that's something else we found and we're kind of amazed by. And even honestly, just like the regular kind of government clearance process itself is inadequate. It moves way too slowly. It doesn't actually even in the government. We're talking about top secret clearances. The information that they like look at for top secret, we heard from a couple of people, doesn't include a lot of like key sources. So for example, it doesn't include like foreign language sources. So if the head of the Ministry of State Security in China writes a blog post that says like Bob is like the best spy. He spied so hard for us and he's like an awesome spy. If that blog post is written in Chinese, we're not going to see it, and we're going to be like, "Here's your clearance, Bob. Congratulations." Like, and like that can't possibly be real, but like, yeah, that's true.
No one's looking. It's complete naivete.
If there's gaps in
Every element
a
stack.
lot of the
One of the worst things here is like the what's up? The physical infrastructure. So the personnel thing is like fucked up. The physical infrastructure thing is another area where people don't want to look, because if you start looking, what you start to realize is, okay, China makes like a lot of our like movements for our transformers for the electrical grid, yeah, but also
Have they fixed it yet?
that are going into our big data centers for these massive
Nope.
training runs. Where do they come from? They come from Taiwan. They come from this company called TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. We're increasingly onshoring that, by the way, which is one of the best things that's been happening lately. Is like massive amounts of TSMC capacity being onshored from the US, but still being made. Right now, it's basically like
funny is,
has got like
of
500
all
guns.
fucking things, I swear I watched a video on how a fucking computer chip is made, or whatever it is, a CPU. And holy fuck, that was something. I'm gonna be honest, my head fucking exploded when I watched that video. So, I feel like I understand like 3% of what he's saying right now about how fucking difficult it is. Actually, you know what? Maybe more like 8% of how difficult it is to make a computer and why they're struggling with it.
Every one of those dials has got to be the exact right price. You send a bunch of wafers in at great expense. They come out all fucked up in the first one. It's just like it's gonna be all fucked up. Then what you get a bunch of like PhDs, material scientists, like engineers, scanning electron microscopes because all this shit is like atomic scale tiny.
It's a lot of HP.
And like they're just honestly a lot of the stuff is just like
It'd be nice to try to craft a helmet
fuck you. So give you
with more
really
HP.
blatant example. So we have the way we set up export controls still today on most equipment that these semiconductor fabs use, like the Chinese semiconductor fabs use. We're still sending them a whole bunch of shit. The way we set export controls is instead of like, oh, we're sending this gear to China and like now it's China,
Time is of
we
the
can't
essence.
do anything about it. Instead, we still have this thing where we're like, no, this company in China is cool. That company in China is not cool. So we can ship
78% lightning resistance. And still getting hit pretty fucking hard.
Time is of the essence.
They perceive that if they try to do an espionage operation, intelligence operation, there will be consequences. That's right now not happening, and so it's just, and that's kind of a historical artifact over like a lot of time spent hand wringing over. Well, what if they, and then we, and then eventually nukes, and like that kind of thinking is, if you dealt with your kid when you're raising them, if you dealt with them that way, and you were like, hey, so little Timmy just like he stole his first toy, and like now's the time where you're gonna like a good parent would be like, all right, little Timmy, fucking come over here, son of a bitch, take the fucking thing, and we're gonna bring it over to the people who stole it from you. Make the apology. I love my daughter, by the way. But you're like, it's a big hypothetical baby. There's no. He's crying right now. Anyway, so yeah, steal. That's a. I gotta stop. But yeah. Anyway, so you go through this thing, and you can do that more. You can be like, oh no, if I tell Timmy to return it, then maybe Timmy's gonna hate me. Maybe then Timmy's gonna like become increasingly adversarial, and then when he's in high school, he's gonna start taking drugs, and then eventually he's gonna like fall afoul of the law, and then end up on the street. Like if that's the story you're telling yourself, you're terrified of any kind of adversarial interaction. It's not even adversarial.
Should have pulled out.
You're training the child, training your adversary to respect your national boundaries, your sovereignty. Those two things are like that's what you're up to. It's human beings all the way down.
Yeah, but we can get out of our own way. Like a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
When you look into it, is like us just being in our own way, and a lot of this
You guys and your war talk and so forth, and cybersecurity, I'm gonna be honest, this ain't very fun for me. I want. Whoa, look at her. The one on the right. Wow.
Let's go. Joey Diaz, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, beautiful? It's good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. That was great. The club was fucking rammed all last night. Oh, last night was packed. Packed all weekend. A lot of fun shows. You know, she was there last night with the night before last.
No chance.
It's been amazing. Coltsman is on fire. Coltsman is on fire. Last night was on fire. Vegan Adam, how we were watching it from the balcony. How such a
You were no warrior.
He brought a bunch of them. What did he do? Was it Moontown last year? It might have been. It was Moontown or South by Southwest. One of the two last year. He brought like a ton of sandwiches. He had a pop-up. So his restaurant did a pop-up somewhere in Austin. I was like, bro, you got to open this up here. You'd be killing it. Especially if it's you. And people know it's your business. Very legit. I gotta go up there. Very legit. I just don't even know where it is. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn. Bro, I want to kidnap my man Giovanni in White Plains, bring him out here. He can't survive outside of Italian neighborhoods, though. That guy's the most Italian guy that's ever lived. And you know, they get their stuff up there. Yeah, they get everything. And it's all coming in right from Italy, you know, because a lot of it's imported. They use a lot of it. Peppers, all that stuff. You know, sun-dried peppers, sun-dried tomatoes, they import all that shit. They gotta get that shit, you know, then because if it goes there, then it's gotta ship all the way to Texas.
No chance.
Once a month in Jersey, cold cuts, chicken cutlets.
Face me.
He became our friend. You know, when we first started going to visit that every time we went to shit. Do you remember that steak sub that he would make when it called trash can? Yes, that's right, the trash can. It was crazy. Peppers, onions, cheese. It was crazy.
This is not entertaining. These guys are out of their fucking minds. I have no idea what they're on, but there's multiple of it. Multiple things. And I'm not on their wavelength. So the other character in their nerfed state has 23k armor.
I've nowhere to
I
keep
wonder if this character will be equal, or the issue though is not armor, it is health. The other character has 500 more HP. 2 levels will not make up that much HP. And the block chance on the other character was 45% compared to this small 26. We should keep that around.
Time is of the essence.
In the end, I'm gonna be honest, yesterday I was bored. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and so I ended up doing nothing and just being miserable all day. Yesterday I wanted to play this game, but I just couldn't muster up the momentum to press play. And I think that pressing play on this was the right idea. Rather than staying miserable all the time, I can be doing this. Hopefully I can get myself into a state where I acknowledge this game does not have anything that I want, but it at least keeps me from being in that state where I'm doing absolutely nothing. So we'll play No Rest for the Wicked, and eventually we'll find ourselves disappointed with that too. Or maybe, well, every game ends up disappointing. That's how it always goes. Let's not delude ourselves. It's going to disappoint me eventually. I think I can even predict when it's going to happen. And after that period of time is done, we'll just come back here and work towards trying to make this character better than the previous. I hope that court shit doesn't cause me too much grief. As I understood from doing research, a jury is required in Ontario when, and I think this was like some sort of charter thing, so it might not be just Ontario, it could be on just an entire Canada level, possibly, depending on how things work out. Basically, if the, I'm gonna say minimum, maximum, and that's gonna be confusing. So, I'm gonna have to explain that a bit. If the maximum sentence that someone can get for the crime they commit is 5 years or greater. So I'm trying to avoid using the word minimum, maximum. So, if the person that committed the crime, their minimum sentence that they can receive is 5 years, then a jury is required to be present. My only issue with the process, I'm fine with that being the way it is. I've got no issue with that. My only issue with the thing is that they treat the jury like slaves that are not paid. And even if they do pay them, they pay them a pittance amount of money for them being there. So I feel like, in my opinion, the way they treat the jury is like they treat them like slaves. And the way they justify their actions about treating the jury like shit is they say it's your civic duty. And that I find unacceptable. I find that inhumane. But they can justify their actions so blatantly. I think the only thing I've not considered about why my other character might have been stronger than this one, it's pretty important, is that other character is using a two-hander weapon and having comparable DPS values. However, a two-hander weapon is slower. And so the magnitude of each hit, so each hammer of the gods deals more damage, even though its DPS value is lower. I don't think it would be enough to impress me, but it might be within the range of impressing, just a little bit compared to this.
I've no more room.
Down from 5 all the way to 2. The first one left early, and the second one was tragic that they left, and the third one wasn't even noticed, and they're leaving in a couple days. It was something I theorized would happen. I figured that the exponential growth that they had of having more and more teams, more and more groups, more generations pop up, that it was unsustainable.
Steel yourself!
And I think that in order to continue to have things go the way they have been, the way they keep on adding more generations, is they change their policy, they change their approach. The new generations will be fine with it because they've never had the good life. But the old generations will look at these new approaches, these new policies, and they'll leave, opening up spaces for new generations to join. I also think that people are incentivized to join the group, not to be in the group for long. Join the group to advertise your name and face, or your voice. And then once your voice and everyone recognizes you, you leave the group. And people will still remember your voice and your name, and they will come find you. And you will no longer be associated with the greater group, but you get all of the audience all the same. Three remain. Good job, buddy. And now you're making gold too.
Indeed.
Map sustain seems to be improving.
Come here!
It won't be long, but in my imagination, it'll be tragic when those group of 5 is now simply reduced to 1. You'd feel bad for that one, where they look at themselves and they realize they're all that remains. Or I feel bad for the 2, but once it becomes 1, it'll become even more tragic. When the 2 of them look at each other and they realize they've dwindled down to a handful. A pair. And then one of them jumps ship, and the other one looks at themselves and they realize they're all that left.
Heal yourself!
Makes me curious. Let's ask a question. Interesting.
Come here!
15, 0, 31. So between the amulet and the one ring, that's 46%. Obviously, there's the 10% from the story to make 56. We're at 77, so something else gives you 21%. You were using a single soul core with chaos resistance. The helmet, 14%.
I've nowhere to keep that.
The one ring that has no chaos res is 20%, 26% all res. And that's the only reason why it would be difficult to replace.
No chance!
The lightning resistance has no value on it, so all that it really has going for it is 26% all res. So if I can create a ring with the same all res, then I can find something that does other things I need.
Time is of the essence.
An amulet that has to roll a minimum of 13% chaos res to not impact my situation, and various other things as well.
Enough!
What we need to do is find other pieces of gear that are able to make our situation more flexible. Because our health is low, and it can be so much greater.
Feel my wrath!
is very unrewarding.
You were no warrior.
Somebody please entertain me. I'm bored. This could be fun.
Man wants the Himalayas tells a horrifying story. What, did he see Bigfoot or something?
December of 1941, a man set off English Hitchcock. It was supposed to be a hike. When the week was up, however, things still decided he would go into a journey the next few weeks.
Time is of the
This is his first.
My satchel is full.
In September of 1990, Australian medical student James consented to a letter. When he was finished, he folded it up, slipped the paper into an envelope, and sealed it before dropping it off at the post office. The letter was bound for an unusual place, the South Asian country Nepal, which at the time was considered a third world country and one of the least developed on Earth.
What is
For
it?
James, however, the country's play made it the perfect place for him to fulfill an elective period requirement before he graduated with his medical degree and help those who needed it most.
Okay.
After sending the letter on its way to a Kathmandu hospital, James eagerly awaited a reply that just never came. He was a bit disappointed as the days, weeks, and then months passed without hearing anything back, but James is too determined to take nothing for an answer. So 1 full year later, he had a plane ticket to Nepal in hand and had recruited his good friend Tim Cooper to join him there. His hope was that he could convince a hospital there to let him come on board temporarily to fulfill his medical school requirement, but as it turned out, he wouldn't need to lobby for a spot after all. Just before he was set to fly to Nepal, a response finally showed up, and it was a resounding yes. The hospital informed him that he could begin his elective care by the end of
Come here!
2021. Receiving this long reply was the icing on the cake.
Maniac!
22-year-old James felt like he was on top of the world. He was attending a great medical school and earning top grades, and he had met a woman he wanted to marry once he returned to Australia after his residence in Nepal. Everything was just going hazy. So behind in Australia for a while, he was excited
Once upon a time. If I had to guess, I'd say for myself it was 6 years.
All this is to say that James was young, fit, strong, and capable of taking care of himself.
Maybe 5.
Despite his residency not beginning until December, James flew to Nepal in September along with Tim to settle in. He then visited the hospital a handful of times.
It's interesting how you look at it.
He'd soon be working alongside.
5 or 6. It felt like such a long time back then.
They recommended that he use his downtime before his elective career begins by him. For an avid hiker like James, this was the opportunity of a lifetime.
I don't know if that would be my first thought. I don't know how it was in the movies or whatever, but I would be like, yes, I'm gonna hike a massive mountain with no one else with me. They didn't have like, I don't know, they didn't have phones or internet, no GPS in the 90s, or very likely very expensive, so not everybody had it, but like, I'm okay. I don't think it's a great idea.
The Himalayas obviously aren't just any mountain range, and Kathmandu was like the epicenter of activity as one of the closest settlements to Mount Everest. Interestingly though, while James enjoyed hiking, he wasn't much of a climber. In fact, he was terrified of heights, so climbing a peak like Everest was out of the question.
But aren't all the mountains really tall? Like, okay, not Mount Everest. It's like extreme, right? But like, everything
course.
else is pretty high. Is it not?
Luckily, the Himalayas offer a variety of terrain that was much more suitable for him.
Okay.
After getting settled in Kathmandu, James and Tim immediately started planning a hike up the Jomsom Trail, which is a popular trekking route that takes more than a week to complete and runs through forests, rocky landscapes, and the
Okay.
deepest gorge in the world. And since this was more than just a leisurely day hike, James and Tim wanted to make sure they were prepared. The Himalayan winter was fast approaching, so they set about securing a list of supplies, and they would also hire 2 porters to help.
We'll get there. My question is Castaway. POE2 Castaway. Seems like some sort of cool map of a boss and all that. Just seems like a unique experience. Rather than being something that I should dread, it sounds like something I might enjoy. The only reason not to run it right now is we should run this tower first and upgrade this map by a single level. That's the only reason not to do it right now.
Gear their gear and a guide to lead them.
Okay.
When the day finally came to set out, James and Tim quickly found it to be an enjoyable trek. As the days passed, they reached as high as 9,800 feet or 3,000 meters and were treated to some of the most spectacular views anywhere on Earth. The weather was cold considering the high altitudes, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as they were prepared for. As they continued on, they even ran into some trekkers who were just wearing ski jackets and sneakers, and soon James and Tim felt
Come here!
ridiculous being so unprepared.
Are they gonna dump their stuff? Please don't tell me they dump their stuff. Please!
So just a few days into the hike, they decided to let the orders return to Kathmandu, which they
Steel yourself!
No!
What about food?
Additionally, the tower on his camera did 4 different books to read during nights in the lodges. On December 21st, they got their trek started and made it to the first lodge where they met a few German hikers who were on their way back from the trail.
Germans and hiding. Germans and chat. You guys love hiding. So many German international hikers.
And according to the Germans, the Germans
Meat creature!
so James and Tim started to have second thoughts about their plans. James didn't want to
Break!
as was often the case in third world countries, he was outdated, but he could at least see some of the trail options if they wanted to change course. After looking at the map James was reviewing, the Germans pulled out a much better and newer map and allowed James and Tim to keep it. The pair then set their sights on the Ghost Trail, which was alongside the railroad trail that was the part of their old map.
Do you want to know what this reminds me of? The videos of the people talk about, like the caves that they go off trail, but it's not a trail, it's like a cave that's not marked, and they get stuck in there. And then
We've seen this story.
stuck and nobody knows for them. Yeah, or changing plans and not telling anyone. Oh, no.
Yep.
So the next morning got really started along the road. Which trail was over. On one of those small roads, James and Tim immediately recognized what accident was a show where they made fast friends. As it turned out, one was also planning to take the railroad trail, but James and Tim were convinced that it wasn't worth it based on what they had heard from German travelers. One of them suggested taking the Ghost Trail to south. The three men then continued on the intersection to lead them to their new route. Along the way, though, Tim suffered a leg injury, and as much as he tried to push himself through the pain, it just wasn't happening.
Tower!
Tim then stopped there too and said that he was going to turn to get James and Tim had a quick conversation, and James said he would turn to him. Tim insisted that he go along with him and finish the track. Tim didn't say that, but he just written to follow on James' face that he wanted to leave. The two friends made plans to meet for dinner at their favorite restaurant on New Year's Eve before going their separate ways. As they
Goodbye forever.
James accidentally handed him the new map the Germans gave him, the one with Ghost Cut. Tim also forgot to include one letter they had between them in case James would need to send a letter at some point. But either way, James marked it and continued to shoot their latest for the rest of the day before making camp somewhere around 9,800 feet above sea level. And
Someone says Germans are fault again. Hey! Germans are nice people. It really doesn't happen, okay?
next day,
This is just stupidity.
the intersection with Ghost Trail.
Completely different.
There, they noticed several people backing up Ghost Cut toward them, and the two groups stopped to chat for a moment, namely so James could gather some info on what might lie ahead. The returning trek was a challenging trail.
Break!
There was no snow on it. It needed to be traversed. So, satisfied with the approach decision, James Martin thanked the travelers and continued on with his march. Well, as dawn the next
Need
morning,
mana.
to his surprise, it was snowing because
No
the
challenge!
deserting. So just to double check the conditions, they spoke to the lodge
Well, the thing is, you have to think about it is, if you have two guys that disagree, then if they're so adamant on disagreeing, then in the end, the answer is that they're both going to go their own separate ways. And that becomes then survival of the fittest. Maybe both answers were right and they both survive. Be very curious to see how this ends.
You should never do that.
As James started on his journey back the way he came, he did his best to follow the footprints, but the snow was falling so hard that he didn't know the further he went. For long, he didn't know what he was. There were very few landmarks, if any, to run through. The snow was falling so hard it was impossible to see what the third ahead. This meant that James had to face the fact that he was lost. So next, finding a creek nearby must lead him some semblance of civilization. He started to follow it, and checking his old map, he saw that it ran right to the town of Talu. After 4 more hours of walking, he noticed that the valley he was once in had significantly narrowed, and the high rock walls were rapidly closing in on him.
My opinion for this guy, the moment he decided to go off the beaten path, or he acknowledged he's lost, and his idea was to follow the creek. I think his idea to follow the creek was a bad idea, because that puts him in even further unknown territory. He's now devoted himself to going in a direction. My opinion, if you're lost, keep on trying to figure out a way to either make some sort of makeshift shelter or try to get yourself unlost.
As far as he could see ahead of him at this point, he saw that several creeks came together to form a small river so he could take it on.
Break! Yeah, it's not stupid. That's one smart thing they did. They should even be the decision.
For a short walk, he saw that the river came to a complete end as the rock walls on the side were now closed at any point previously. It was a waterfall.
You idiot. That's why it's a bad idea. Just because the water can go that way doesn't mean you can.
Oh no, walk all
Going
the way
down was out of the
back.
question, and going back was no guarantee either. This left going up as the only other option.
Oh.
Again, James wasn't a climber, but he figured if he get high enough, he might be able to get above the clouds and wait out the weather. James figured that the rock wall was about as tall.
Oh man, I would walk back. I would walk back. I wouldn't go to the mountain. I feel like your best chance is to walk all the way back, and hopefully you don't die along the way. But it's safer than trying to climb a rock wall with no equipment, no knowledge. Ugh.
Was the
Oh
waterfall,
no,
and
it's
so
so
for the
bad.
next 2 hours, he went from ledge to slippery ledge as he somehow made his way to the very top. There were times when he was only hanging on by his fingers. When he was finished, he pressed through and collapsed into exhaustion. But as dangerous as the decision as it was to climb, James did find a rocky overhang that gave him some shelter at the top of the cliff. While he regathered his strength, he recalled a few lessons from medical school and learned just how dangerous a condition it can be. So it may seem counterintuitive, but as he sailed in under the overhang, he stripped down, pulled out his knife, and turned to dry every part of his body. He had just spent hours cold, and he was soaked, and he figured it was a lot safer being cold or dry instead. Once he was finished, that night he camped under his roof with a sleeping bag over his head. In the morning, James got an early start in his desperate attempt to track down his current situation. He then located
I've
a
nowhere
different
to
route
keep
that he
that.
started to follow, but the snow was so deep that the going was extremely slow.
Meet your
After
maker!
2 hours, he walked just a single kilometer. The banks of the gully he was walking in on this day weren't nearly as high as the ones he encountered the day before, but they were instead extremely slippery ice and snow. So anytime he felt like his best was going to run again, he'd only get so far up, and then back down to the bottom.
A gift from my ancestors!
By 4 p.m., he had found, unfortunately, a overhang to camp under. Just like before, he took off his clothes and dried himself the best he could and slipped his feet.
No
so he can't fast travel yet.
Her first thought was that she needed to jump on a plane immediately for Nepal, but by this time the Australian Foreign Affairs Department had caught wind of James being
Time is
missing
of the
and urged
essence.
Joanne to stay put. Instead, they recommended reaching out to a mountaineering expert named Carl Harrison, who lived in Kathmandu, to lead a search for her brother. The next day, Carl and the first search party headed out as James's family waited anxiously. They waited for the phone to ring with the news that James had just been snowed in at one of the trail's lodges, but as the days passed, that call never came. Joanne reached back out to the Foreign Affairs Department for updates frequently, and on January 2nd, 1992, there was finally something. They told her that the search party received a report of a sighting of a solo trekker from some French-Canadian trekkers, and they were 99% sure it was James. This was a huge relief to Joanne. She called her parents and told them about the good news, but sitting around and waiting for information was becoming too much for her to bear. The next day, she went and got a travel visa for Nepal, and on January 7th, she boarded a flight bound for South Asia. By the time she arrived in Kathmandu, James had been missing for 16 days. On many occasions, James tried trekking out of the Himalayas, only to be turned back to his lonely rock overhang by the depth of the snow or the intensity of the snowstorms that continued to roll through. Having brought only 2 chocolate bars that were now long gone, he had no choice but to eat snow to survive, and before long, it became clear that walking out of there wasn't going to be an option.
Break! Hot dogging snow?
When it came down to it, his best chance of survival.
There's no animals up there either, right? Like maybe goats?
2 chocolate bars. That's your fucking rations. You moron.
He had no food, no fire, and nothing but clothes on his back and something to keep warm. Or sleep and read. Obviously, though, little could distract him from the raging hunger he felt. He thought about food when he was young, dreamt about it when he slept, but after the first 2 days with nothing but snow to eat, the hunger eventually dissipated as he leaned on the discipline he learned as a karate student. Almost like he was meditating, he did his best to think about particular movements, techniques, and sequences, consuming his mind with every tiny detail. Soon, about the only thing that could break that train of thought was the condition of his feet. He hadn't been able to walk for some time, and it didn't matter what he did to try to warm them up, nothing worked.
Don't say that, Chaz.
He might. This sounds like something that is gonna happen. I feel like this might be that fucking story where the movie was based upon it. I don't fucking know. I thought that was a different story though.
Feel my wrath!
He's gonna do it.
Meat creature!
And pulled out a pair of dissection scissors. Then he jabbed them into the side of his foot. Quickly bled, but James felt absolutely no pain.
Oh my god, his nerves lie. Yeah, if you check.
And now you're gonna.
James was smoking one out like horrifying animal screams. He then ripped the sleeping bag over his head and jumped up, looking for the rocky ledge to sleep. About 100 feet or 30 meters away, he saw a bush that was violently shaking, but he couldn't immediately make out what was causing it until
It doesn't
a large
exist.
black figure moved into the clearing. It was a Himalayan black bear, and now James was in its
You're
sights.
fucked.
James
Didn't he already chop his feet off? Like,
Not
what
yet.
was the deal with it?
grabbed the dissection scissors and held them tightly in his hand as he shouted at the bear to come down the slope to him.
You're a
This was
moron.
kind of insanity on James's part, as the only thing he thought was that the bear could give him a quick end. But instead of coming toward him, the bear got spooked and darted up the slope and out of sight. But either way, for the next
I'd be scared too if a fucking homeless human was yelling at me with scissors. Like, realistically, if I was a bear, I'd be terrified. This guy's insane! He already took out his feet, and he's yelling at me
He's
to
not
go
done that yet.
5 nights he heard the bear years over and waited to get attacked. Meanwhile, as James was fighting for his life with the rest of them,
Break!
several different rescue teams entered the Himalayas, with the terrain, conditions, and weather, and some even got lost themselves. Now in Nepal as well, Joanne was much closer to the search for her brother, but she still felt helpless to do anything, so she did only what she could.
Slamak, which is a spiritual leader. To an Australian, this came off as an odd suggestion, but the local woman assured Joanne that llamas can see what others can't.
Wow. This is so stupid.
The Warcraft Farseer.
Oh my gosh, I'm so disappointed.
Joanne hadn't given the suggestion much consideration.
Wow.
As things became more desperate, she figured it couldn't hurt to do as the local woman recommended.
Yeah, you know what?
Joanne then scheduled a time with a Buddhist Lama and explained the situation to him, showing him a map of the region where James was believed to be lost. After hearing Joanne out, the Lama prayed on it for a few seconds and then looked down at the map. He then dropped his finger on a specific area, a triangle formed by the towns of Pedi, Gomti, and Talu, and told
Wow, if he gets that right, like that vicinity, that's kind of crazy.
her that these soldiers should look bare.
And he just probably deduced it.
Was an unlikely place for James to be. For one thing, mountain experts doubted there was any route that would lead them to where the Lama pointed.
Feel my wrath.
This is where they find James. Before she left, she asked the Lama to find James alive, to which he replied that she would meet her brother again. At the same time, the water made the more project towards the search was still underway, which people were tracking down the rock. Rescuers still hadn't been able to find him either, and some of he might be lost in the mountains too. He was not on a flight to Thailand after Christmas, and he was scheduled to arrive back in Australia sometime before January.
You were no worry.
A message was then left for Mark at the airport by the Australian embassy, and on January 15th, he called Joanne. Mark had made it out of the Himalayas by following another pass he had located, which led him to a local.
Alright. Well, only 5 minutes left on that video. How many legs is he gonna have?
Just try it.
Where is the guy? Is he underneath all of that bullshit? Seems like. We're gonna be here for a while. Let's try to become good friends in the meantime. That's too bad. It'll be a sad day if either of these clowns get me. For the most part, I feel like I don't understand how to do this fight. That's more like it.
Need mana. A gift from my ancestors.
Don't scare me like that. And I don't think that was a double. I didn't luck out. I got interrupted during the cast. These are some fair good odds. There you go.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Alright. One leg?
That he and James separated somewhere between Petty and Gopti, which was a striking revelation. This meant James would turn back to the southwest, which was not near where the rescuers were looking for him. If he continued on that path, it would put him right in the middle of the triangle Laman pointed out on the map. After 30 days stranded in the Himalayas, James finally heard the first signs of any attempt to find him. There was a distinct chopping sound in the distance, which he initially wrote off as the wind. But as it drew closer, it became clear that it was the sound of a helicopter. He then rushed out of his sleeping bag before grabbing it and trudging into a clearing. He then waved the sleeping bag over his head after he dropped his pants to reveal his bright red long johns.
Of course.
I did not expect that. I was like, wait,
Hoping
what?
make it easier to spot him. He estimated that the chopper was about 6 miles or 10 kilometers away from him,
Too
and
far
he watched
away,
it circle for a few moments before it eventually turned back and disappeared into the distance. This was one of the most disheartening moments of his time in the Himalayas to that point.
There's that moment as well with people that say, or that happen to have to go through like being stranded on an island, and then they see a ship and it just goes past them. I read a really sad story like that too.
By this point, James looked like a shell of himself, and his once muscular body was now more than a skinny skeleton.
That might have actually saved his life. Yeah, if he was a skinny dude, he would have been dead. Logical.
He also had little strength and felt ill, and he developed mouth ulcers and a bad throat infection.
LBU.
All in all, he was completely miserable and hopeless. This was when he was seriously considering ending things, but the only thing keeping him from going through with it was the realization that his body would one day be found and his family would learn just how much he suffered before death. So, despite the slim chance of surviving or being rescued, James did his best to carry on. On his 42nd day in the Himalayas, he once again heard the sound of a helicopter drawing close to him. With every ounce of strength he had remaining, he pulled himself out of his sleeping bag and once again waved into the air. For 20 minutes, the helicopter circled James, who waved until he completely collapsed in the snow from exhaustion. Moments later, the chopper darted down the valley and disappeared. This time, though, James knew he had been seen, but he also knew that it would take up to 4 days for them to reach it by foot.
But the problem is if you move and go somewhere else,
God threw him a life rope, and then it's just like, okay, the life rope's coming in like 4 days, and you're like, I'm gonna die.
By then, he was sure he'd be dead. Back at the rescue headquarters, Joanne sat by the radio like she had every day to that point, waiting for any information from searchers in the mountains.
Oh my gosh.
The radio then suddenly crackled and a voice came over saying they had found James and that he was alive. The rescuer made sure to repeat the message twice, knowing that it was such an improbable development that it might not be believed unless it was said multiple times. In that moment, Joanne was so overcome that she couldn't even respond to the message. Sometime later, when the helicopter returned, Carl and a team of rescuers set out on foot. Under the rock ledge high above the mountain valleys, James lay in his sleeping bag listening to only the sounds of silence and wind that he had heard for more than 40 days. Suddenly,
What a
a third
life,
sound
man.
interrupted the other two as he swore he heard voices in the distance. To James, this was it. He had reached the point of hypothermia where he was starting to hallucinate and he was sure death would soon follow. But then the voices came closer. So next, taking a deep breath just to be sure, James whistled loudly through his teeth, not expecting any response. As he waited in silence, though, a whistle returned, and upon hearing this, James sat up in his sleeping bag and shouted. As he looked out from beneath his rock overhang, he heard the crunching of boots and soon saw 2 men who crouched down to look beneath the ledge.
It's a
One of them then asked if he was
werewolf!
James Scott from Australia, and James said yes. The 2 men then leapt beneath the overhang and started hugging and kissing him. The rescuers had been so invested in finding him that they were overjoyed. One of them then looked at James and said that he was a god. When James asked why he said that, the rescuer told James that no one had ever lived in this part of the Himalayas for more than 10 days. James, however, had survived 43.
With no food, bro. Did he eat his legs and they omitted that? For like YouTube reasons?
The next morning, a helicopter
must have,
flew in,
right?
and James was attached to a harness and pulled aboard. Back at the landing pad, Joanne anxiously waited the arrival of her brother, and when several rescuers exited first and helped James out. He immediately started walking toward Joanne as she ran to him, and the two embraced for what felt like an eternity. She hardly even recognized him. He was dangerously thin, dirty, and bearded. And this would be the last time James would walk for
Wait, did they cut off his feet?
Well, his feet are about to be amputated regardless.
They got over there? Damn, dude.
sometime as he was taken to the hospital, but he would eventually make a full recovery. The spot where James was found was exactly where the llama said he would be.
The
If you made it this far,
llama
thanks so
knew.
much for watching. If you want to listen to the
W
audio version of these
llama.
videos, you can listen wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, if you have a story suggestion, feel free to
Impressive. Entertaining. I liked it. It's good. Alright, let's fuck this map up. There's a boss here. It's probably that same enemy as before. The fucking scorpion.
Steel yourself! No chance!
What's our situation with that gonna be? It hits us and we lose an amount of armor. That shouldn't be a problem. How is our gold situation doing? A little bit of an improvement. Alright, so who's going to entertain me next? Because I'm going to get bored pretty soon. That guy only ever uploads the same video with a different name, talking about the same points. It's like I've already know what he's going to say before he says it situation. It's literally the same words, verbatim. He finds new ways to say the same thing, without ever changing the story. And that's because the story never changes. But he needs to make content, and so he says the same shit, day after day. It's too soon to get excited for more news about Grand Theft Auto, but I do look forward to eventually playing Grand Theft Auto 6.
I've nowhere to keep that.
But that's much later this year. A point in time too far away for us to really think about.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Oh, fuck. Yoink the chaos resistance off of that onto something else. And hopefully get some HP in the at the same time. I could, but I don't want to. That's more impressive. This one has potential. However slim. That's quite impressive. Oh my fucking word, that's impressive. That one has a lot of potential. Oh my word. If I could turn these two into one, that would be amazing. How much would I have to suffer to have this? Yeah. As soon as you want something, it can't happen. Great 1% chance that I get a god tier fucking amulet. POE2 amulet chaos damage. POE2 amulet modifiers. Chaos. Because, like, if I keep this amulet in its current, this one, in its current state, let him be the way he is for now, and I was to get a chaos shard, or chaos essence, a greater chaos essence, would I be able to roll chaos resistance onto that amulet? How much HP would I get if I equip this? Not too much. A fair amount. Say 114. That's, in my opinion, that's like a whole tier of life. This wiki does not seem to me like the right place to go looking at shit. Amulets. Chaos. So there's only chaos resistance. So if I want to guarantee that this amulet helps me, I need to wait until I get a chaos shard. And it will guarantee me a chaos roll. It doesn't mean it will be a good chaos roll, but it will guarantee me a chaos roll. And it will definitely be chaos resistance. I imagine that after I go for all this trouble, what I will end up with is a pathetic roll of tier 1 chaos res. If I look at chaos res, the best roll, and that would be item level 68 roll of anywhere from 20 to 23. So the perspective of this is that me getting a greater chaos shard, the worst it can roll is 4 to 7, and the best it can roll is 20 to 23. And somewhere in the middle would be 12 to 15, which is what I've already got. If it rolls a 20 to 23, then if it gets 22 or 23 chaos res, I can remove this gem and I can be chaos res capped. But if I roll a 4 to 7, I would have to remove 1 max life gem in order to make up for the chaos res that I'm losing, so I can stay chaos res capped. And that life, well, I say life gem, life rune, would be still made up for by the amulet. The fire res would no longer be capped, but probably. So I got something to work for. Darn. I got my hopes up of this one. Yeah, I figure. You throw a chaos on something and all it does, it takes away the thing you like and gives you nothing that you want.
What can I do for you? Collect more otherworldly memories.
This one is a dream. I hope I remember. After this map is complete, I would like to do more research and how I might get greater shards. Oh wow, and the map reset. Sort of. It's not that the map reset, it's that the map crashed a little bit while we were still inside. So I need to learn how to deal with... They've added new mechanics of shards that I've not interacted with at all. But now I have incentive to try. I think that amulet also had some life regen on it. I might be crazy. I thought I saw like 32 point something life regen, right? If it truly is, then let's take a look at that when I get back, so I can see what kind of life regen I'm gonna have when I finally do equip it. Don't know. Take it. Comparatively a weekend. Interesting. Tier 14 map. Dropped a fucking tier 14 map. You kill a boss, you're supposed to get a higher tier. So, they still need to fix their fucking game. Disappointing. A lot of life regen. Moment of truth. 1134. Imagine this, and it's not gonna happen, but imagine if it did. Imagine if this fucking thing was to roll flat life or strength with a prefix or a suffix. That'd be fucking ridiculous. It's 214 HP from this amulet in its current state. In my opinion, statistically speaking, it's not going to change that value, probably.
Yes.
Alright, so I gotta do some research. A little bit. On what kind of things I can do to try to work my way towards getting a greater ruin essence.
Indeed.
POE2 0.2. How to get greater essences. I should probably watch that video on my phone. POE2 greater essence. Zero 0.2.
Hey everybody, Runner here, and GGG added a lot of new mechanics in Dawn of the Hunt. And they also changed the Atlas, adding new passives for essences, for rogue exiles, for strong boxes, and for spirits. In the previous video, I tested rogue exiles, and the experiment went not really nice. And in this video, I want to focus on essences instead. I found a pretty decent amount of maps, checking out how profitable essences could be. And how
Okay, so in that moment there, what did you do?
in this video, I
You
want to
modified
focus
it
on
with what?
essences instead. I found a pretty decent amount of maps, checking
You took a... I sincerely doubt you put that in there.
out
You took a
how
Val Orb, corrupted it, and the corruption changed the result from a... There was a greater body, so you upgraded the essence of the body to a greater essence of the body.
Checking out how profitable essences could be, and how often they will even spawn in those maps. Let's go. So now let's talk about the setup to the right essence.
Okay, so you're doing various things on the Atlas tree in order to... Ignoring that because he's not looking over here right now, but I could potentially do this, reducing the quantity of items. Maps of area bosses contain an additional essence. That will get me what I want a little bit faster, maybe. He's doing things over in this way direction. he's doing things like this. So he goes all the way over to there. He's probably doing this just for the sake of example. Interesting. So you can, and this has been changed, I feel like, maybe. Chaos modifiers. Attack. So this is how I can specify the thing that I want and get myself closer to getting what I want. That's pretty good. And when I do find an essence shrine that has chaos on it, I can throw a Vol orb on it and hope that it upgrades into... I need to take a piss. So I'm gonna... Unfortunately, anybody that's watching me is not going to be able to see everything that I'm seeing unless I don't watch the video right now. Oh my gosh. Alright, so what's he doing? He goes all the way over to there. More chance. Essence found in your map, 30% greater. Yes. Ha. Graders. 30% chance of miss. I don't care about that, but whatever. I just want more graders. Over here, 30%. I don't care about that particularly. And he goes all the way down to here as well. I don't care about that. All I want is I want myself to get myself a chaos essence, a greater chaos essence, and then I'm going to fuck off and refund all these points I'm spending. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 points are what I want to spend in this way direction. I've got 3 of them over there, and there was a map I unlocked pretty recently that can get me 2 more points, which will get me 5. And I've got a, whatever that fucking thing's called, I was hoping to avoid doing that, and so maybe there's other things I can refund it. These are all for map sustain purposes. Over here, we need these to get there, so I could refund some item rarity. Not the worst thing to happen, so that gets me 4 points. So I can get myself over to here, and then I can get those 2 extra points, and then I've got everything that I need. I want this for that, and I want this for the greater essence chance. Anything else that I do, like this one might help because it will double corrupt, which will mean that if I do find a essence of ruin, that I can maybe more likely get what I want for corrupting. Anyways. So, in a worst case scenario, we lose a rune of life because the chaos roll on this neck will be terrible. And even worse than terrible. Imagine it rolls a 4, that's a minus 11. And then I would have to start using divs to try and save the item. So in the worst of worst case scenarios where it rolls a 4, then I have to use a div to hope to get it to a 7 or a 6 or something like that, just for the 2 extra fucking points. That would be a sad day. So, first we get the fucking thing, and so you have to think about it this way. It'll be guaranteed to be chaos resistance, and we have to roll a 5-sided dice, and this 5-sided dice determines which tier it's going to roll. And so this 5-sided dice can roll anything from tier 1 to tier 5, and then from there, it doesn't really... The variance between tiers is more important than the question of how good it rolls within that tier. The only time... If it rolls tier 2 or above, my situation is not royally fucked. I don't have the item that I would need to unfuck my situation yet, but I can probably get it. So what we'd after that do is we'd start rolling, and we'd do some Temple of Chaos runs to get a chaos. And while we're simultaneously doing that, there are 2 things that we'd want from running Temple of Chaos. There are soul cores that increase your max life by 2%, I think. And I figure the only thing I'm curious about, and I think it might be wrong my assumption might be wrong, is with the new amulet increasing things by 6% rather than by 69, a flat value, those 2% amulet, 2% soul cores will have their value reduced, and the flat value that I have for HP also gets reduced. So, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in my progress, the value that you get from 2% HP compared to 40 max HP starts to balance out and start to become very little of a difference. But we can also imagine ourselves in the happiest world. Say that rolls a tier 5 chaos res, which, as unlikely as it is to happen, it's a 20% chance. In my opinion, it's probably even lower than that. I imagine that the devs hate when you have something good happen. So imagine that a tier 5 chaos res happens, and so I don't need to go running chaos trial for a soul core, this soul core particularly, which means I won't be getting those other soul cores that might give me HP. We just changed this, so if we get tier 5, we'll try to remove this soul core for flat HP, increasing my HP value over 3,800, and at some point in time we're going to level up. So if I get tier 3, tier 4, or tier 5, we're in a good situation where my HP value will be vaguely close to 3,800. If we get tier 1 or tier 2 roll on this amulet, then I imagine my HP will go up by a smaller amount because I'll have to get rid of a max life rune. In that situation, I would guess that... Well, in that situation, the solution would be something like, see this guy over here with his 31 chaos resistance. The solution to that problem might be to... we don't have any of those things. I haven't had any luck in this regard whatsoever. would be to run breaches for whatever those fucking items are called that lets you add quality. So if it's 31% chaos res, it probably treats it as two separate things of chaos res, so getting it 20% more chaos res, well, it still works out the same way, even though I was thinking that it might work a different way. So that 19 will probably become a 22, and that 12 will become a 14 is my guess. Which will get me 5 more chaos res, even though 20% you would think 20% on 31 would give you 6. I honestly don't think it's going to work that way. But it would be interesting to find out. Basically, rather than looking at it like this, I would rather hover over this. I'm pretty sure, since it's going to treat them as two separate instances of chaos resistance on the item, I figure both values are going to round down. And I'm not going to get an extra 6, I'm going to get an extra 5. And an extra 5, so if you add 5 to this, you get 82. And so if we subtract 15 off of 82, you get 67. Which puts me in a situation where, if this amulet that I'm going to equip rolls the worst roll of all tier 1, and I throw a bunch of divine orbs onto this amulet, it would end up at a value of 74, which is 1% less than cap. At which point then I'd have to grind for even more fucking quality. I wouldn't want to do it that way. Because, my opinion, if you'll take it, the thing I like about this amulet is the max life and the life regeneration. Both of those are life modifiers. So, in a theoretical world where things go not so well for this amulet, it would be nice to still be able to increase the quality of the life rolls on this amulet so that I get more life regen, more max life, and imagining a world where things go perfectly. Imagine that, even though it's never fucking happening. So, this thing rolls a tier 5 life roll. No, not tier 5 life, I mean tier 5 chaos roll. And then to add on insult to injury. Actually, wait a fucking second. I'm pretty sure this is not going to be... It's going to tell me something like, oh, life on kill or something. POE2, amulet, modifiers. What am I looking for? I'm looking for amulets, and I'm looking for life modifiers. Yeah. So, there is a 1 in 3 chance for my fucking amulet that I could throw a greater essence of life onto this fucking thing, and it could roll flat life. For whatever reason, percent damage taken recouped as mana counts as a life modifier. I'm surprised about that. How the fuck did they ever come up with that conclusion? I don't know. Presuming that they're wrong, there is a modifier of percent damage taken recouped as life. And if I want to test that theory, I could use I've got 10 of these Essence of Bodies, so I could just pull some random bullshit white amulets and prove that Essence of Body can roll the damage taken recouped as mana and life and all that. And I'd rather not do that, but I could do that just to prove that that's what's going to happen. Okay. I wonder what color that is. Or what, I'm gonna guess that's the tier 3 one. The, Act 3 Citadel, whatever that is. I've seen an iron citadel, but I never went inside. I'm probably never going to go there. I just don't care. The content has no value to me. I just picked some shit to throw in here. Quantity of waystones, that sounds nice. More quantity with some item rarity. Item rarity, these are two good ones. That's scary. I'm never gonna run that. More essences and magic monsters. Got any other alternatives to this? I could go for rituals for whatever reason. I could go for breaches. If I go for breaches, then we increase the chances of being able to upgrade, get some life modifiers on our quality for that amulet. So breaches might be a good idea to start running. I think the clasped hand one is the right choice. Because clasped hands are the thing that gives me what I want, which is the ability to upgrade the quality on my gear. And this map didn't get modified. That's too bad. Well, looking at how every other map did get modified, I guess you can't... I guess that you cannot modify unique maps. That's my guess. A unique map is always going to be the way it is. I might be wrong about that. I've made a lot of assumptions in the past and found myself wrong. So I'm a little disappointed that... Statistically speaking, like if you look at how many maps I did comparatively that got breaches. Every single map, for the most part, that I upgraded just now gained a breach. And the quantity of maps that I was irradiating and also giving breaches to are basically the same. But you saw as I did it, it was like 50 something irradiated and like 20 something breaches. And yet in the end, the result was that what you see with this guy having nothing. And so with those two assumptions together, with those two bits of information, I say that it is impossible for you to modify these maps with those two pieces of information. Okay, so I have nothing to go against that says I can't just run this map.
Speak.
unallocate that for the time being, since most of the time we're just... Rarely do I get a random map. It happens, but... We can do that, and we can also unallocate another one to get this.
Yes?
And refund Atlas passives. Yeah, because right now my only priority is getting that essence. Getting this amulet upgraded. That is the priority. I hope that this doesn't go bad. Gold. I sure hope this map has items. Otherwise, putting rarity on this map may have been a mistake.
Shatter!
He's gonna run away. So nothing but gold in this shithole. If only I had known. And it's small quantities. The only other issue that comes along with that amulet is that I'm going to lose my fire res cap and have to find a solution for that problem as well. This amulet for fire res 11%. So in a ideal circumstance, a single rune gives me enough fire res to make up for that.
Come here!
I was expecting something different. No, this is something very different. here's where the boss is. It would be a shame to do the boss before everything else. And then find this character dead. I'd like that if I do end up dead with this character, that the next character has a nice sum of gold to inherit. That said, it doesn't seem to me like these guys are very strong.
Enough!
Get out of my way, you fat fox. Holy fuck. Well, the nice thing is that we are now in a situation where we no longer need to worry about the amulet. Now we can just focus on replacing, or we're trying to create an amulet that that guy looks cool and scary at the same time. We are finding ourselves in a situation where this amulet is the one that needs to be replaced. Not amulet, ring.
Break!
Locate the captain. Okay. No items in this place at all. So, no map sustained. Well, gold is the thing I need for the purposes of crafting gear in this fucking game, since the real crafting is you take a stack of millions of gold and you give it all to that girl Alva, and she turns gold into random items, and that's how you craft gear in this game. My guess would be the captain is over here, or over there, for where the boss is. If they have me running around the entire map, treading land I've already been over just to find some dude, that would be annoying. This feels like the location. I found 4 things. I came back here. Do they not want me to do it yet? So he's the captain. My opinion. You're not very tanky, Torek.
No chance.
I hope this hurts you. Cool looking boss, and I do like the mechanic. What the heck is this? I'm just a little concerned since I've never fought him before. Okay. That's a lot of gold! Okay, I can forgive them for everything. My only regret is that I used item rarity on this fucking place rather than gold. Map sustain is important, so we'll take those points back. For now, we'll focus on just this amulet. And after this amulet's done, then we'll try to find ourselves a new ring. Because until we know what this amulet is going to end up like, we don't know what kind of ring we want to replace this with. There's a question I need answering. POE2. Does damage recouped as mana count as a life modifier? So today alone we've already made a little bit over 1 million gold. And we've given ourselves a goal, something to work towards. And I think that's huge for me. Just something to work towards. 3,800 HP at some point in time. And if a miracle happens, maybe even further. But I suspect it will not. My belief is that everything will go wrong. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's what I believe is going to happen. A 1 out of 5 sided dice. A 5-sided dice.
Go on.
Idiot. Which means it's going to roll a 1. And now it's going to do snake eyes. It's going to roll a 4.
Time is of the
4 out of 23. The lowest possible number. But imagine it rolls the perfect number. It's already too good to begin with that high life value and max life. Obviously max life could have been tier 8 if it was a higher item level. So at some point in time in a infinitely distant future,
Enough!
either that or we'll end up dead before then. Splinters. Nothing but splinters. Always nothing but splinters. This content hates me. POE2. Nothing but splinters. What is this fucking content? This is the one where so it sounds to me like they really don't want to give me catalysts. Breaches not dropping catalysts. I'm supposed to get 20 of these fucking things, and I can't even get a single fucking one. I'm sorry, but how much patience do you think I have? Why do the game devs hate players? Like, this is a fucking water map, so the currency drop chance should be higher. Is a catalyst not a currency? Is 97% item rarity not enough for you?
Pain is the great equalizer.
I don't even care about these guys anymore. They're too weak and pathetic.
Take this.
Alright, just stand over there, please. Idle hands. I don't really know what that does. Nor do I really care. Hopefully I get to add it to the collection.
Yes. Fight back.
Annoying.
I live for this.
I'm gonna need you to walk into that. Now you're gonna drink a potion. Oh, regenerate your health. How am I supposed to harm you?
Break.
With extreme patience, that's how.
Take this.
So I hit you and you regain HP. So like, what the fuck do I do?
Taste my arrow. No place to hide.
You were no worse.
I live for this. Yes! Fight back!
Wow, this is so awesome.
Rip!
An immovable object meets an unstoppable force or something like that. It's more like an immovable object meets an untouchable force. Oh my gosh, I just gotta get her stuck somewhere. Is that how it's gotta go? And then she can push me out of it even more.
Good!
Fuck me. This sucks.
Come get me!
Is this really what you guys intend for the game to be? Is this really your vision?
I love a challenge! I'll make
Stupid
you
game
scream.
devs. What do you think I am, a fucking DPS?
Mim! Suffer! Did that hurt? Good! Did that hurt? Good! Yes! Fight back! I love
get
a
me.
challenge!
What does idle hands fucking do? POE2. Idle hands. This has nothing to do with the fact that she's recovering all her fucking HP every time.
No place to hide! Did that hurt? Good!
Please just. Oh, fuck. I was having a good time, and so that had to stop.
I'll make you scream!
Alright. By scream, she means she wants me to go into the forums.
Tear! Break!
Bad fucking game.
I've nowhere to keep that.
What is it?
That has potential. So we re-roll. We keep on identifying modifiers on it until we find that it's lacking.
Go.
Wow. Holy fuck. Well, the only issue is that my lightning resistance is already way overcapped. You have only a slim chance to beat anything, and I sincerely doubt it. Yeah. Compared to what I'm using right now, you have more life, more attributes, spirit. The only issue with you is your lightning resistance does nothing for me. So my resistances would no longer be capped. My HP would go up.
We need to create a complete... Find more reach records for my research.
boss means it's guaranteed to have essences somewhere, at least a single. Before we continue, let's do some research on how you can modify this other than just throwing chaos onto a...
40% one, so that's 1%. And there currently
So he just throws a corruption orb on it and goes on his day. But there was another one as well.
HCSSF, welcome to Goblin Inc. With no cost of the entry, no one of the best strategies to farm in the game. Not because it's the best, but because I don't want to waste your time, so I'm going to start by telling you the strategy, and then we'll talk about why it ended up being this way. What you want to do is run as many crystal tablets as you can, making all your maps into boss maps and increase how many additional essence mobs you're gonna find in your center tower, making your maps center tower. So in this case, this is my center tower, right? I have one here, one here, one here. So there's how many essences. Only thing you need to care about is getting to here, ecological shift. You want ecological shift, and you want to make sure that you get energetic resonance with physical attack. In the end, you're gonna essence get as many tablets with additional essence on the one bounce essence. It's no higher divine, but things like that. It's simply because you're killing a lot of rare monsters. So sometimes, if you have high item rarity, you know you're gonna get divine. But overall, the bulk of the money you should be making should be from essences. So if you're a beginner player with not a development...
So you're just some trade money fucking guy. You're a buddy. You're just a nobody.
Yeah, but
Everything that you look at, you look for the value of what it can be traded in for, rather than looking at the value of the thing itself as what it truly is. Alright, I need answers to questions, and you're not answering them. POE2 essences 0.2. Can you do anything other than Val Orb and Essence? I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna bring an Essence of Ruin over here. I'm gonna bring a Val Orb over. I have all the items in the... I can teleport back and forth as much as I please. And so... we can experiment. I want to take one of these. I want to take that. I'm gonna take one of these. I sincerely doubt that will do anything. We'll go back. If I use an Essence of Ruin on this, can I... So if I do a search, and do find on this page, and we do essences, you can corrupt them. Because I remember reading that or watching those videos and thinking that you could modify them in more ways than just corrupting these. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I don't have the Vol Orb, so I guess it just opened itself automatically. And he left to go elsewhere.
Meek creature!
So, that was the guaranteed one at least. And so, knowing my odds, even though I've got various things upgrading this to give me more essences, I suspect we will not find. Can't wait to have like 4k HP again. And if this character dies, then I have to fuse him together with the other character. The best of both worlds kind of situation. My fucking life, holy fuck. This is why I hate this modifier. Transcendent mobs suck. can't fucking move. If I had to guess, I'd say that they've disabled catalysts from dropping from anything but rare mobs. And since I can't kill shit fast enough, I don't get any catalysts at all. POE2 catalysts no longer drop from hands.
Break!
Same page that I was looking at earlier might have something regarding catalysts. It does not. So if I had to guess, either they changed it in the different patch notes or they just hid the change, because I have never had so much difficulty finding catalysts. I think the answer would be, rather than searching catalyst, maybe just search breach. Breach and delirium encounters are now considered complete when you open the clasped hand or delirium mirror. No, for a moment there, I thought that was something different. I feel like as they reduce the chance for breach rings, they've also reduced the chance for catalysts. Oh my gosh, this fucking game. They really hate me.
Feel my wrath!
I suspect the advice these guys will give is just beyond trade league because the game hates you. Vaguely, that's what they'll do. Or they'll give you indirect things like, oh, use this build. And I imagine if I was to do a search for catalysts right now, I'd probably find a video easily from 0.1 rather than 0.2. These guys are useless. How long have I been playing? here for a while.
I've no more room.
Yes. Go.
Slim chance. It worked out, sort of. No, it didn't. Not at all. That's still very dangerous. Which means it gets old.
Yes. Indeed. Yes. What is it? Of course.
What's this? That looks interesting. That's definitely a unique map. Or just something I've never seen before. So I want to head over in that direction. Crypt should be safe. We've been playing for 7 hours. days I would have to farm in order to get that greater essence.
You were no warrior. Face me!
Just leave, dude. It's hard to kill her with warrior class. Who would be her? That is confusing. You can ask questions, but I suspect that maybe I'm looking over a little bit too late. Who is her? Oh, I know who her is. Must be that water, the beach biome. Well, then I'm way too late on spotting that person. My bad.
Need mana.
No, it's too late for that. I didn't notice. Why didn't I notice? Probably because I had the YouTube tab opened up because I had questions. That's too bad. Shit happens. Give me a fucking breach. A catalyst. I want a catalyst. Give me a fucking catalyst. That can help. One catalyst. That's all I want. Just one. Prove to me that it still drops. Oh my word. I don't think it exists anymore. Basically, those items don't drop for me. That's too bad.
Face me!
I need a nap. But that's not happening anytime soon. probably have a tier 19 as well.
Time is of the essence.
So, if I was to run every single fucking breach map that that tower created for me, and I find myself with absolutely no catalysts, I'll probably at that point in time have enough of those items to go and run the fucking whatever that is. If I got 2 more points, those are the ones I'd spend them on. That way I can then get even less. Fucking... I can spend more time doing breaches and get nothing for it.
Shatter!
So our catalysts a fucking exclusive drop from what's his face? I think it knows Zesht? I'm thinking of the right game. I don't know. He's like, oh, we are this, we are that, and I don't fucking know. Mr. We. I've seen clips of people die instantly to that guy, so I feel like there's a possibility that my build's not tanky enough to survive that fight, and I have no knowledge of how to fight him. So I feel like that would be just guaranteed death if I was just to go in there blind. Strength 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Come here!
Almost 50. I feel like we started today with like 17 or 19 or something in that range. So, If I play for 12 hours today, which will be 4 more hours and then some, we'll probably be at a point where if I was to do another 12-hour session, the character would level up.
My satchel is full.
Assuming that everything goes the exact same as today.
Go on.
That's an easy one.
Time is of the essence.
Just try it!
Yes. Indeed.
Interesting that I have access to this map when nothing connects to it. So, like, there's a secret hidden pathway, and that's how this works. It just works. Oh my gosh. So, why not run the map before things change? We can just miraculously go through here. This game is fucked. Oh my gosh, it's a piece of work. I don't understand. Alright, Decay. I think Decay might be that tree enemy boss where he has all the zombies and that zombie explodes. So, running it's a little dangerous because I'm a melee, so I'd basically run into the pack of zombies and they'd explode if I'm not careful. More interesting would be to see what that is. That's why we came over here in the first place. Decay without a boss. Val Factory, so we'd go this way. Trenches, we're still safe. Trenches, and then we're at whatever that is. So that's a path. And along the way, we have options to go here. Okay. Anyways. Move on. How come this character has no amount of health that's comparable with that other character? Like, the two of them are like night and fucking day. Like, this guy... Like, this guy has 500 less HP. Slightly more than 500 less HP. How can I fuck it up that badly?
No challenge.
500 HP less, and you've got 4 runes providing extra HP. How did I ever fuck it up that badly? With these boots, you have to wonder what kind of tier life roll they can have. The rings provide no life. You'd have to wonder what kind of rings I had on the other character. Honestly, for the most part, it's just a giant lack of strength on anything. Where on the other character, strength and life were pretty common on everything.
Enough!
Who's gonna entertain me next? Because I'm bored again.
Todd Howard has done it again. Instead of re-releasing Skyrim for the 8th time, he went back to Oblivion and said, you know what? I like that one. Let's do that again.
Except for he didn't do it. It was somebody else that did it for him. Because he's too terrible at making games to actually make anything. We could go back to the war topic and the fucking cybersecurity and all that and the fucking... Yeah, that'd be something. Save that to a playlist so I can watch some other time. Or completely forget and never watch it ever. Ooh, look at that. Alright. A little bit of fear.
You know, they're both not there, and part of the answer here is you gotta do things like reach out to your adversary. So we have the capacity to slow down if we wanted to Chinese development. We actually do. We need to have a serious conversation about when and how. But the fact of that not being on the table right now for anyone,
Enough!
because people who don't trust it, just don't think that the AI risk are real. Control is real, because that's just too worrisome, and there's this concern about, oh no, but then runaway escalation. People who take the loss of control thing seriously just want to have a kumbaya moment with China. Well, it's never going to happen. And so, that is consequence. You gotta focus the muscle and reps and get ready for potentially a huge rush to security. You want to have as much margin as you can, so you can invest in potentially not even having to make that final leap and build a super intelligence. That's one option on the table if you can actually degrade the adversary's capabilities.
Some people,
How would you degrade the adversary's capabilities?
The same way, well, not exactly the same way they would degrade ours, but think about all the infrastructure and like, this is stuff that, you know, we'll have to point you in the direction of some people who can walk you through the details offline, but there are a lot of ways that you can degrade infrastructure, adversary infrastructure. A lot of those are the same techniques they use on us. It's the infrastructure for these streaming runs.
For a brief moment, my excitement reached a pinnacle, but it's just a lesser.
limit of what's possible, then it's, I mean, give you an example that's really quick. Like the Iranian, yeah. So the thing about Stuxnet is like, the Iranians had a nuclear program in the 2010s, and they were enriching uranium centrifuges were
Creature!
and the centrifuges were in a room where there's no people, but they were being monitored by cameras, right? And so and the whole thing was air gapped, which means top to bottom, like completely accidental. But got discovered by I think like a third party scientist.
There it is.
That
Let's move.
just by accident found out about it. And so the whole thing also is like in the middle of this stuff that still happens.
Keep on him.
So
That's the one. Put it down. Don't lose focus. Strike true. Strike before it slips away.
Shatter!
Don't lose focus. Strike true. Don't give it a chance to recover.
start riding the dragon, we get really close to that threshold where if we're about to build opening eyes about to build super intelligence or something, it gets stolen and then the transfer gets polished up, finished up in China or whatever.
Face me!
Large organizations with AI agents or whatever that you don't need to
Wake!
that you don't need to that's a pretty existential question if your regime is based on power. It's one of the reasons why America actually has a pretty structural advantage in separation of powers.
Reclaim!
I've nowhere to keep that.
You've got like a oversight system for the technology that diffuses power. Even if it is maybe the Manhattan Project or securities, which they can, there's not just like one dude sitting at a console or something. There's some kind of separation of powers for diffusing power, I should say. That's a pretty as simple as like what we do with nuclear command codes. You need multiple people to sign off on a thing, picking it from different parts of the government, like this is
9 of them.
Oh yeah, anything can be captured, especially
Yes.
something that consequential. 100%, and that's always a risk. The key is basically like, can we do better than China credibly on that front? Because if we can do better than China and we have some kind of leadership structure, that actually changes the incentives potentially, because it's
our allies and partners.
and even for
Indeed.
Chinese people themselves. Like,
You guys play this out in your game, like
worst case scenario is actually there's a number of different worst case scenarios. This is turning into a really fun upbeat conversation. Doesn't acknowledge that is fine. If you actually AI system, if this is the question, so let's assume that that's true. You have an AI system that can automate anything that humans can do, including making bioweapons, including making offensive cyber weapons, including all the shit.
Come here!
Most of the paths to making a lot of money, if you really want to make a fuck ton of money, however you define it, go through taking control of things and go through, making yourself smarter. The smarter you are, the more ways of making money, right? And so, from the AI's perspective, it's like, well, I just want to, build more data centers to make myself smarter. I want to, hijack compute to make myself smarter. I want to do all these things. And that starts to encroach on us, and, starts to be disruptive to us. And if you...
Speak.
It's hard to know. This is one of these things where it's like, when you dial it up to 11, what's actually going to happen? Nobody can know for sure, simply because it's exactly like if you were playing, in chess against, Magnus Carlsen, right?
Wow.
You can predict Magnus is going to kick
Imagine that fucking waystone with that other map with all the gold. That'd be fucking ridiculous.
then you would be as good at chess as he is, because you could just play those moves. So all we can say is this thing's probably gonna kick our ass in the real world.
There's also evidence. So it used to be right that this was a purely hypothetical argument based on a body of work in AI called power seeking. The fancy word for it is instrumental convergence, but it's also convergence power seeking. Basically, the idea is for whatever goal you give to an AI system, it's never less likely to achieve that goal if it gets turned off, or if it has access to fewer resources, or less control over its environment, or whatever. And so baked into the very premise of AI, this idea of optimizing for a goal, is this incentive to seek power, to get all those things, prevent yourself from being shut down, because if you're shut down, you can't achieve your goal. Also prevent, by the way, your goal from being changed. So, because if your goal gets changed, then, well, you're not going to be able to achieve the goal you set out to achieve in the first place. So now you have this kind of image of an AI system that is going to adversarially try to prevent you from correcting it. There's a whole domain of AI corrigibility that's totally unsolved problem. How do we correct these things if things go awry? And
Break!
there's this research actually that Anthropic put out a couple months ago where they try to test and see can we correct an AI that's on a little bit off the rails. So the research itself, it's a little, it's actually somewhat hard to follow a few, but I'll just use an analogy. What they did? Basically, imagine I'm in and I'm taking a class that is going to help me rehabilitate, become a
So you're talking about the multiple choice answer pandemic, where everyone knows what the right answer is, but they don't want to. That's not the truth. I love it. This is better than I could have ever hoped for.
Funny, like it used to be people would talk a lot about like, oh, you're AI, maybe stop it for 4 or 5 AI. And like, and they right? But it's kind of a fascinating rediscovery of where a lot of human behavior comes from.
Psychology. You could say it's like math, where math is the universal language. If we met aliens on a different planet, they too would understand the concept of math. And if you think that that's wrong, think about it this way. No matter what language someone speaks, everyone speaks math. And so, the human condition, the life circumstances that we face, you could say that it is not simply a human condition, but a fact of life and nature, that the more sentient it is, and if you live into a society, that these are the problems that you will face, no matter what society it is.
Shatter! Foul beast!
So, the concept of if you find life other than humans in outer space, and they were just as developed as us, if they had their technology just as advanced as ours, there's a good possibility that they would face the same issues that we face. Either at different points in time in their history, or in their present as well. Just different periods of time. And if you think about it, is that we've been on this planet for a speck of the actual time that this planet's been around. So much time for history.
Go on. Of course.
Val Foundry. It's not a factory, it's a foundry. So if I had to guess, and I'm gonna be honest, it looks pretty fucking obvious to me. This is that place where, yeah, it even says it, Kamasa. Anyways, I still want to go over there. Probably get my ass handed to me, but it could be fun. We have have maps elsewhere. Like if I go over here, gold, cleansed mobs. Is there anywhere that I put down something to increase the quantity of essence? $48%. 48%. So if I want to get essences, this would be a good place to go and do it. Do shit around here for essences.
You're more likely to achieve them if you're alive, if you have money, if you have power.
Evolution's a hell of a drug.
Well, that's the craziest part about all this is that it's essentially a form of life,
Yeah.
Yep.
especially when it becomes autonomous.
Oh yeah. And like you can tell a really interesting story, and I can't remember if this is like, you know, you develop or whatever. Who started this? But if you zoom out and look at the history of the universe, really, you start off with like a bunch of particles that bump into each other and shit until at some point in some event or wherever, the first kind of molecules happen to glue together in a way that
It's funny. I never, when I was younger, I never imagined that artificial life would develop faster than another species attaining sentience. Like, I always wondered if it was possible for a house pet to eventually develop the ability to actually communicate and speak our tongue. Now, I suppose you could say parrots can, but I was expecting something a little bit more other than parrots. I was thinking, like, what if a dog was to eventually develop the ability to speak, or what if the evolutionary process was to change animals to adapt to be more similar to humans? I suppose that we humans would probably try to stamp out that kind of stuff, but I just imagine that it's possible and hope that maybe.
so now like better versions of that molecule that are better and eventually get better for cells that it's no longer quite the same. Now we're actively mixing shit together, about changes, and then that is essentially accelerates and evolves. Acceleration of complexity. As, for example, you have a larger
Need mana.
mammals eventually, humans have the ability to have culture and kind of retain knowledge. And now what's happening is, this is another step in that trajectory where it's like we're offloading our cognition to machines like computer quantum. For the moment, we're human AI hybrids, like, you know, whip out our phone and do the thing. But increasingly, the number of tasks where human AI team
Enough!
AI alone
So there's a really like messed up example. It's
51.
kind of like indicative, but someone did a study. I think this is like a few months old even now, but doctors, I've got our doctors and like diagnosing various things. And so they test like doctors on their own, doctors, and then AI's on their own. Like what's the best? And it turns out it's the AI on its own. Even a doctor that's super utilizing AI, they just like they won't listen to the AI because they're like, I know better. And they're all right. Yeah,
There's a slim possibility that this could be what I'm waiting for.
Just with like AI image generators, like remember the Kate Middleton thing, where people were seeing flaws in the images because supposedly she was very sick, and so they were trying to pretend that she wasn't. But people found all these like issues. That was really recently. Now they're perfect. Yep. Yeah. So this is like within, you know, the news cycle time.
Yeah.
Like that Kate Middleton thing was. What was that, Jamie? 2 years ago, maybe. Ish. Where people were analyzing the images, like why does she have 5 fingers, and you know, and a thumb? Like this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
What's that? A year later. Yeah.
Please, 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 please.
Like I had
Nope.
conversations, like so academics are actually kind of bad with this.
Rejoin the Earth!
Had conversations for whatever reason, like on like classical academics about like how fast the guy's progressing, and these are all like only like they're running into the wall and skating behind the wall and all that stuff. Oh my god, the walls! There's so many walls.
Meat creature!
Things, and by the way, things could slow down. Like I don't want to be like absolutist about this. Things could absolutely slow down. There are a lot of interesting arguments going around everything. How could things slow down if there's a giant Manhattan Project race between us and then the competing us? So like technological advances, AI scaling laws, and these are strategically around this stuff. So what AI scaling laws say roughly is that bigger is better when it comes to intelligence. So if you make a bigger sort of AI model, bigger artificial brain, and you train it with more computing power or more computational resources, and with more data, the thing is going to get smarter and smarter and smarter as you scale those things together, right? Roughly speaking. Now, if you want to keep scaling, it's not like it keeps going up. If you double the amount of computing power, then the thing gets twice as smart. Instead, what happens is
Enough!
if you want it goes up to the magnitude. So you want to make it another kind of increment smarter, you got to 10x. You got to increase by a factor of 10 each compute, and then 10 again, and then 10 again. So if you look at the amount of compute that's been used to train these systems over time, it's this like exponential, explosive exponential that just keeps going like higher and higher and higher, and steepens like 10x every. I think it's about every 2 years now. 10x the amount of compute now. And only times until your data center is like a 100 billion, a trillion dollar, like every year you're kind of doing that. So right now, if you look at the clusters like you know, the ones that Elon is building, the ones that Sam is building, you know, Memphis and you know, Texas, like specifically are getting into like $billion in that's tens of billions.
Heal yourself!
Yeah.
You were no warrior!
Cannot pump out those chips fast enough to keep up with this essentially have like this gridlock, like new supply chain choke points show up, and you're like, something, I don't have enough chips, or I run out of power. And that's what's happening on the US energy.
China? Donations.
Giving us a lot of money. Great, fantastic. But sitting behind that dude in the shadows is like the usual suspects.
And it's what you would do, right? I mean, if
Yeah.
you're trying to tie up the
Sure.
US,
You're just trying to fuck with us.
Yeah.
Like, just go for it.
You were just advocating fucking with them. So of
Yeah.
course they're gonna fuck with us.
That's right.
That's it.
What a
That's it.
weird world we're living in.
Yeah, but you can
It's
also
too
see
bad.
how a lot of this is still us like getting in our own way, right? We could, if we had the will, we could go like, okay, so for certain types of energy,
Fear will best you!
projects that fall in that categories, we're actually gonna
Enough!
bounds around delay on by lawfare and by other stuff, and that allows backyard to have this. So there's a security element that needs to be injected into this somewhere, and it's all part of the rule set that we have and are like playing in our mind. So what would deregulation look like? How would that look?
There's a lot of little ways for that. So
What are the big ones?
yeah, so right now, I mean, there are all kinds of things around legal right, so yes, data centers, no question, put out, like, have massive carbon footprints, that's definitely a thing. The question is, like, are you willing to bottleneck build because of that? Like, are you gonna come out with exemptions for, like NEPA exemptions for all these kinds of things?
You think a lot of this green energy shit is being funded by other countries to try to slow down our energy?
Yeah, it's a dimension that was flagged actually in the context of what was talking about. That's one of the arguments that being made.
Nuclear would be kind of the ideal energy source, especially modern power plants like the Gen 3 or Gen 4.
Only adds prefixes. Okay. And we can try our luck at a re-roll. A double exalt, and we get another exalt, and we can defer for an exalt. Maybe? Probably won't be able to afford deferring. Yeah, I can't afford to defer. And that seems to be the third one. I can't even afford to purchase this. But I can defer for it. If I defer for this, that'll be a question that needs answering. If I defer this and it pops up later, will it take the place of another omen that would have appeared?
Stuff which have very low meltdown risk by default, all that stuff.
conversation. But this
Indeed.
conversation has a clock on it because we're talking to this one like data center company, and what they were saying, we were asking like, look, what are the timelines when you think about bringing new power, like new natural gas plants online? And they're like, well, those are like 5 to 7 years out. And then you go, okay, well, like how long? And that's, by the way, that's probably way too long to be relevant in the super intelligence context. And so you're like, okay, well, how long if all the regulations were waived? If this was like a national security imperative and whatever authorities, Defense Production Act, whatever, like what was in your favor? They're like, oh, I mean, it's actually just like a 2-year build. Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
So you're tripling the build time.
We're getting in our own way, like every single time. And also, we're getting in our own way, but like we don't want to like frame it like China. Like they fuck up a lot, like all the time. One actually kind of like points around things. So they made this like open source model that like everyone like lost their minds about back in January.
R1.
Yeah, R1. And that's a really good team, but it's clear that as of like last year and certainly the summer of last year, like they were not dialed in to the CCP mothership. They were doing stuff that was like actually kind of hilariously messing up the propaganda efforts of the CCP without realizing. So to give you like some context on this, one of the CCP's like large kind of propaganda goals in the last 4 years has been creating this narrative that like the export controls we have around AI and like all this gear and stuff that we were talking about, look man, those don't even work. So you might as well just like give up.
Why don't you just give up on the export controls?
It's
man?
pointless.
Like,
So just like, give up. We don't even care. We don't care. So that trying to frame that narrative, and they went to like gigantic efforts to do this. So I don't know. Like, there's this like kind of crazy thing where the Secretary of Commerce under Biden, Gina Raimondo, visited China in I think August 2023, and the Chinese basically like timed the launch of the Huawei Mate 60 phone that had these chips that were supposed to be made by like export control shit right for her visit. So it was basically just like a big like, fuck you, you don't even give a shit about your export controls, like basically trying a morale hit or whatever. And you think about that, right? That's an incredibly expensive set piece. That's like you gotta coordinate with Huawei.
satchel is full.
Okay, so let him just do one more thing, and then he will be satisfied. And that just didn't
Enough!
This is basically like
I've nowhere to
equivalent
keep that.
like that target back in the day, because they're in our time, peace in our time, right? And to some extent, like we've still kind of learned the lesson of not letting that happen with territorial boundaries. But that's big and it's visible and it happens on the map and you can't hide it. Whereas one of the risks, especially with the previous administration, was like there's these like sub-threshold things that don't show up in the news, and they're calculated. Like basically, our adversaries know, because they know history. They know not to give us a Pearl Harbor. They know not to give us a 9/11, because historically, countries that give America a Pearl Harbor end up having a pretty bad time about it. And so, why would they give us a reason to come and bind together against an obvious external like threat or risk when they can just like keep chipping away at it? This is one of the things like we have to actually elevate that, realize this is what's happening, this is the strategy. We need to take that, like let's not do a teaser mentality and push it across these other domains, because that's where the real
That's where it gets so fascinating in regards to social media, because it's imperative that you have an ability to express yourself. It's like it's very valuable for everybody. For exchange of information, finding out things that are you're not going to get
Face
in
me!
media, and guys and independent journalism. It's all great, but also you're being manipulated left and right constantly. Most people don't have the time to filter through it. Try to get some sort of objective sense of what's actually going on.
Yeah, it's like our free speech is like this in our society. And when if adversaries get into that, they're like almost inside of our brain. And there's ways of addressing this. Like one of the challenges, obviously, is like so you know they try extreme opinions in any direction, and that part is actually it's kind of difficult, because while the most extreme opinions are like most likely generally to be wrong, they're also the most valid when they're right.
Shut up!
Thing that you didn't expect by definition that's true and that can really advance us forward. And so, like I said, there are actually some this particular thing isn't an area we're like too immersed in, but one of the solutions that banning about is like
Yes.
you know like you might know like poly markets, prediction markets, and stuff like that, where
Time is of the
at
essence.
least hypothetically, if you have a prediction market around like if we do this policy, this thing will or won't happen. That actually creates a challenge around trying to manipulate that view or that market, because what ends up happening is like if you're an adversary and you want to
Alright, more research. The fractured lake. POE2. Fractured lake. Oh, it's that thingy. Okay. Ooh, interesting. +2 suffix modifiers allowed on an amulet. +1 prefix modifier allowed on a ring. What's this timer on the bottom right corner? Because I bet you that this guy, him being a DPS, he had it easy. Whereas for me, this could be where I die if I'm not careful. I need to know more. Alright, because everything I do is slow. POE2, Fractured Lake. So suffixes for amulets are the resistance modifiers. So if I think about it this way, the perfect amulet that's not this thing with the... So if I had this amulet that they're talking about, it would only be allowed to have a single prefix. Which would, in my case, likely be that I would want max life %. That's what I would assume to be the best. For me. What would I do with all those suffixes? Well, I'd want chaos. I assume you can get all res, but that might not be the case. What's this timer thing? So, looking back at it again, chaos resistance, max life, probably various resistances, life regen, a really high value life regen. And since we can't get flat life on that amulet, if we've got % life, I'd probably want strength to make up for it, and all attributes to make up for it again. So, I don't particularly like it, but here's a different perspective for it. I really, 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 really fucking struggle with getting prefixes that are good on amulets and rings. So, getting an amulet that just focuses on suffixes probably means that it will get all the things that I want, and it'll minimize on the things that I struggle to get good. But what about the ring? I imagine it's the opposite. So for the ring, it's more prefixes. So I imagine that the ring would probably turn out horrible for me, because I can't for the life of me get a ring to roll the bullshit that I want it to roll. Not to mention the fact that these amulets and rings, their implicit is useful to me, whereas being able to roll more prefixes on a ring means I'm losing the implicit that's already really good, and I'm getting more of the things that I don't like. I would have to have that fucking ring roll perfectly for me to consider it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna like that. So, Fractured Lake. need to watch a video. I need somebody to... There's gotta be somebody out there that fucks this up.
We just entered one of the new unique maps called the Fractured Lake. This map looks absolutely stunning. I wish the boss would appear a bit quicker though, but I wouldn't mind running this map more often. If you didn't notice yet, in 0.2 you unlock Atlas passive points each time you complete a new unique map. At the end of the lake, you're rewarded with a fragmented ring, which can have up to 4 prefix mods instead of 3. It can also roll for suffix mods instead of 3.
Break the image. Break the prison.
A cracked mirror shows only a fractured image.
We just entered.
The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other.
Weird. I'm confused how that one player had a timer going up on the bottom right corner. So, I guess we'll go and try this. It will get me some more Atlas passives.
Come here! Face me!
Patience is going to be tested here. %55%. Well, I'm tired. Can't think straight. Probably that text document's gone, but reminder that Sump is the map where I get scared if it has a boss. There's no boss here, I'm pretty sure, so no reason to be scared. I do something stupid? No, it don't seem like I did. Maybe I did. Let's take a quick look at that for a moment. Thank goodness.
Break! Feel my wrath! You were no warrior.
Go on.
What level?
Indeed.
I sincerely doubt I'll get anything of value.
Yes.
See? Just complete utter dog shit. Tier 1s, Tier 2s, Tier 3. The highest rolls a Tier 3 and it's got 5 mods. It's utter trash. That shit I just made was the same weapon type? I think it was. So my only mistake was that I could have made it item level 80. If I get something that can reroll suffixes, we'll reroll the suffix on this weapon. If we find something that rerolls prefixes, we'll reroll the prefixes on this ring. So, neither of those things will happen, so why are you talking about such theoreticals?
No challenge!
devs don't even play their own fucking game. These fucking drop rates are ridiculously low. That's a lot of armor. Not as much as this. I know, vaguely about the same. I imagine I don't have that, so we should get it just for the collection. So this is our omen that we deferred, and so I presume that once we get this entire page identified, there will be no omen.
A gift from my ancestors!
What are you fucking doing? So there is another omen. Only suffixes for an exalted. Suffixes are the bottom stuff. Let's just make sure that we don't have gloom form already. If we already have it, then I don't want to buy it. I suppose there's no easy way to search for it. That seems pretty conclusive to me. We don't have it.
Yes.
Go.
Shatter! Feel my wrath! No worry.
2 of them are right here. And get that done. Those floating candles. Just
A gift from my ancestors!
Chaos and Vol. A map with shitty enemies. Lots of things on this page that I want. The Chaos Orb in particular. This is something I don't have, and I might want. The ability to add a suffix. But Chaos Orbs I value quite highly. Essence of Flame. You're not gonna let him get modified, are you? That's too bad.
Hunger.
And her getting modified, that could be bad.
Heal yourself!
Flames feast.
I don't see the spirit, so I guess the spirit modified her. So she'll be twice as annoying. Burn, oppressor! Oh my word.
Blaze of glory.
Can't even see what's going on with all the bullshit.
Turn to ash.
She's weak, comparatively. No.
Flesh to cinders.
Die. Compared to that other girl, she's so much easier.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Almost did something bad. We're trying to add this to the collection. 57. That's not so great. I guess they lowered the drop rate. How much would she ask for?
Hello.
So if I bought 10, that'd be in the 100,000s. If I bought 100, that'd be in the millions. We don't need amulets. Either we need a miracle weapon, which I don't think is going to be so simple. A miracle weapon, or a ring that we don't specifically know what we need yet.
Come here! Face me!
I'm not gonna corrupt this one, and the reason why is that I don't think, corrupt it. I don't think you should though. It's only got a single shard. I doubt that it will change in such a way that it lets me get what I want, so let's not corrupt it. I'm just wasting my time. If I corrupt it and it changes the fire into a greater essence of fire, I'm not getting anything. And if it changes it to an essence of ruin, it probably won't be a greater essence of ruin. For map sustain, you should do it. It's a shitty map because it's got a modifier that I hate. However, I'd rather have a map that scares the shit out of me of only 8 packs of enemies than to not have a map at all.
Face me! Murtaps! No more room.
Statistically speaking, that map is not going to be something I can do anything with. Yep. I sure hope you like fire and lightning.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Yes.
Actually, you were mistaken about one thing.
Go.
This tier 14 map that you corrupted over here cannot be combined with other tier 14 maps.
What is it? Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence.
Enough!
Go on. Of course.
Nice. Let's get lots of gold then. Technically, no, you can't. I thought that that thing would be like a platform that you could jump to. I don't know why I thought that. I think at this stage I'm brain dead.
No mana. Come here! I've nowhere to keep that. Steel yourself! Speak.
Of course.
Alright, somebody entertain me. Joe, is that video still got some more content? We did the video. No. I don't think we finished the video. I think, we paused it, or we interrupted it.
Not just like manipulate a conversation that's happening in social media, which is cheap, but manipulate a prediction of the price on the stock market. You have to buy it. You have to spend real resources. And if you're, to the extent you're wrong, you're trying to create a wrong opinion, you're gonna lose your resource. So you actually can't push too far too many times, or you will just get your money taken away from you. So
As if that's ever gonna happen.
One day China's gonna be my bestie. We're gonna be besties. We just need an administration that reaches out to them and just lets them know, man. There's no reason why we should be adversaries. We're all just people on planet Earth together.
I mean, like, yeah, I honestly wish that was true.
Oh, that'd be
The world would
wonderful.
be so amazing.
Maybe that's what AI brings about. Maybe AI, maybe super intelligence realizes, hey, you fucking apes, you territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons. How about you shut the fuck up? You guys are doing the dumbest thing of all time, and you're being manipulated by a small group of people that are profiting in insane ways off of your misery. So let's just cut the shit.
That's actually
figure out a way to actually equitably share resources, because that's the big thing. You're all stealing from the earth, but some people stole first, and those people are now controlling all the fucking money. How about we stop that?
Wow, we covered a lot of ground there.
Well, that's what I would do if I was super intelligent. So put a stop to all that.
That actually is like, so this is not like relevant to the risk stuff or to the whatever at all, but it's just interesting. So there's actually theories, like in the same way that there's theories around power seeking and stuff around superintelligence. There's theories around like how superintelligences do deals with each other, right? And you actually you have this intuition which is exactly right, which is that hey, two superintelligences, like actual legit superintelligences, should never actually like fight each other destructively in the real world, right? Like that seems weird. That shouldn't happen because they're so smart. And in fact, like there's theories around they can kind of do perfect deals with each other based on like if we're two superintelligences, I can kind of assess like how powerful you are. You can assess how powerful I am, and we can actually decide like well if we did fight a war against each other, like you would have this chance of winning, I would have that chance of winning. And
Alright, so before we continue with that video, I'm gonna be honest, this map has me a little scared because of one fucking video. But if it don't scare me, if it truly is just a harmless map, then all is fine. Fingers crossed. Please have no timer, please have no timer.
Here, mortal. You will not find what you seek.
Come here!
I heard a bit of both. Anyways, there's no timer, so it's just a normal experience. Maybe that dude was one of those softcore guys that's trying to time everything he does so that he goes a little faster.
A mirror traps us in an image.
Think about it this way.
No
If I put a
longer.
clock on the corner of the screen, and every time I did a map, I had that clock ticking down, I would constantly be on edge, and I'd constantly be trying to push to get things done as quickly as possible. And so that timer would help me to manage my time better. But it also stressed me the fuck out.
I will have my freedom.
I like the water. And I like that it's a little different. I'm having some girl talk in my head though. not so much. Double rares. It's interesting.
There is no more wisdom to be had here. Only anger.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
A mirror traps us in an image. No longer.
Come here!
So this is Kalandra that's talking. Interesting. I have no concept of idea what the lore implications of her talking is. But I find it interesting that she's the same person that the mirror item is. Reference.
Loath was I to endure the form your flame forced upon me.
Become dead!
Fight all you want. It won't change a thing.
No chance.
That's a 2.5.
Did you really think my true form would be so limited?
Fear will best you! I've no more room.
Well, that was the last rare, and I got no map for it, so once again proving that rare map, killing the final enemy of a map is not good enough to get you a map. Not every map has a guaranteed map.
Go on.
How the hell are you supposed to map sustain if their intention was, oh, we have guaranteed maps for you, but you don't? You say you do, but you don't.
Of course.
There is no more wisdom to be had here, only anger. Break the image, break the prison.
Of course, it would be a ring.
Eat the fruit, but beware the seeds.
A ring with nothing of value. So, it has all of its wait. It's not guaranteed to be a prefix. It could be prefix or suffix. Okay, so this is a ring that has more chances to have resistances. But it comes at the cost of having no extremely valuable implicit. We could do this. Four more points would be easy to collect, except for one of them requires me to fight a fuckload of bosses.
What is it? Indeed.
What time is it? 6 a.m. A walk around the outdoors at this hour would be nice, since everyone's not going to be outside quite yet. If I give it 20 more minutes, it might be a little bit brighter outside, since the sun is starting to rise. Well, it's not risen yet, but daylight is appearing.
here! No challenge. Return to death!
How many more days? 4 more days. 5 hours. Plenty of time to get to level 92. If I do another play session equal to this amount of time, I would definitely end up at level 92. thought Zesht was the Delirium Encounter boss. So logically speaking, he's not the enemy that's relevant to Breaches. Who's the Breach boss? POE2. What is the Breach Pinnacle boss? Zesht is the Breach Pinnacle boss. Okay, so if Zesht is the Breach Pinnacle boss, who is the... Actually, how about instead of just all these filler words, Delirium Pinnacle boss? So there's this Omniphobia guy, I guess?
Power! Tops!
Oh, long way to go. To make that necklace into something usable. To guarantee that it becomes something usable. I'm gonna go for all this trouble, and it's gonna be tier 1 chaos resistance.
Break!
And I'm gonna be pissed.
You were no worry!
So if you have 30% on this one ring, and you have 10% as a baseline thing, imagine you were to get a better ring, one that gives you 13% plus, let's say 22 or 23. So that would be like 36 as the highest potential chaos resistance for a single ring. And then you could modify it further with the catalysts that never fucking drop anymore. Going from 36% theoretically, assuming that, okay, here's two perspectives. If they don't get treated as separate modifiers, then you would end up with 7 extra chaos resistance. But realistically, I think you're going to get 6, because I don't think it's going to count them as... I don't think that the 20% is going to apply to each modifier. And I don't think it's going to round up. I think it's going to round down. So 6 extra chaos resistance on a 36 roll. That gets you 42. So it's possible to get 2 rings to cover all the chaos resistance that you need. So much chaos resistance on those 2 rings that a player would not need the 10 chaos resistance from the story.
My satchel is full.
Yes. Indeed.
One more. And then we'll go for the walk. My map sustain has been pretty piss poor. All of a sudden. Interesting. scary. It'll build up a fuckload of crags and then it will unleash them all at me at the same time, dealing a fuckload of damage.
Feel my wrath!
4 more days. Well, we definitely won't get to 93 before that time is up.
Come here!
And the closer we get to the release date, the more sleep we'll need to get. Right now my sleep schedule is 180 degrees out of whack from the release date. I'm falling asleep at the moment the game opens up.
My satchel is full.
What is it? Go.
Please, please, please. Nope. I got my hopes up. I was like, please be the one. Never.
Fear will best you!
As long as this character does not die when the next patch rolls out, I won't be starting fresh. I don't care what they fucking say. Unless they nerf my character into the ground and change the entire game, in which case they better add a lot of features that I like, because I really fucking hate you guys for what you did to my first character. You fucking bastardized him. He's a fucking an incest child of some sort. I don't fucking know. He's lost everything that I love about him. All his damage is gone.
Go.
think it's time for that walk. I find those walks very good for me. They help clear the mind. I'll probably continue playing when we get back from the walk, because it's 6:40, almost 6:34. When I get back, it'll probably be somewhere like 7:10 or something. 7:20. And then maybe I'll take a slight break to feed myself. And if I do another 10-hour session starting from like 7:45 or something, I don't know. That puts me at 17 o'clock, which is 5 o'clock something. Which would then put me at the brain dead stage, where I'd need sleep. Other people will still be awake, so I'll probably get woke up in the middle of my sleep. And they'll probably make dinner too. But assuming they can't manage to wake me up. But today is Saturday, so we'll be doing the ham today, the piggy. Well, that piggy's gonna taste really fucking good. So I'll have to eat that today. Alright, so try to avoid sleep as much as possible today. Try to get myself to stay awake until, say, 9 or 10 p.m. rather than 5 p.m. So I need to do a very long play session. Maybe longer than 12 hours. So I'd have to do a full 12-hour session. And then another session afterwards for a couple more hours. And that would get us to level 92 at some point in time today. We can get that level up. We'll probably not find any greater essence of ruin. We'll not be finding any of those, but I really wish we would. Another thing that would be nice would be to fill out this entire page. Once we get a greater essence of ruin, we can see what would become of this. I have an idea I want to try out before we go. So over on this page we have things. Level 81, but it's a high. I need a white at a high level. I might be asking for too much. I think I'm not gonna try this. Alright, so we'll be back. Long day ahead of us.